Alright, let's get this started. Here we are again. It's been a long while, I know. A lot of things happened. Mainly the AC went out. Had to get an entirely new unit installed, and they had to completely reroute all the ducts in the house, which cost a pretty penny to get through. But that happened, and it was on the day that, it was on the day that we actually got it installed. Tried again. Well, yeah, it went on, and I guess whatever they had installed in there was supposed to be like a backup battery to make sure that things didn't pop off, because it's going from a swamp cooler to an electronic it's completely different. But for the most part, yeah, it's just that ended up blowing all the fuses in the house. So I haven't really been able to stream since then, but I got an electrician out here a couple days ago, and we pretty much went through the majority of the house, just kind of switching out switches and outlets. Got a good look at the breaker box and switch up a couple things in there. So hopefully we should be good to go. And there's the chance that I could still end up pushing too much power out and causing another, power out, which, that's just kind of comes with the territory, but we just got to do what we got to do. But anyways, thank you for tuning in. Essentially, yeah, ended up only going through half of 6.1, so I'm definitely gonna need to be catching up, because reset is in like 5 hours. I probably should have just taken my time to go through this and not tried to power through it, but no, it do what it do, I guess. So anyway, let's just hop into it now. So here goes nothing. Time to enjoy the game for what it is. And shall we begin? If we are to spend the treasure wisely, then we must first determine which groups would benefit most from monetary assistance. Some of my citizens may find it intimidating to speak with this satrap directly, so I would ask that you act in my stead. Look at him, he's so tiny. Visit Akiali and Yelimad. Speak with Matsuya and his people and listen to their grievances. Justinian, I bid you do the same at Balaka Stand. I will be conducting my own inquiries at the Giant Skull Grounds. So tiny. Once you believe you have ascertained the needs of the populace, we can reconvene at Megaduta. He's like barely comes up to the belts, and my freaking God, he's a small boy. And so going to Akiali. Yeah, that's there. So I'll just warp there because we can, because I'm lazy. So I don't feel like walking all the way around there, but whatever. Oh man. There's gonna be a lot of, well, yeah, I'd probably say a lot of content to get through. But from all the I haven't entirely spoiled myself with the new content, but it's hard not to when you're on social media and you got so many people just putting out their reactions to the content and whatnot. So I've visually seen some things, but I suppose overall they don't really mean much because I don't know what their context is in regards to the story, so I'm half spoiled, so to speak. Oh goodness, I was so glad to see you return unharmed. You finished with the boat then? Yeah, we're done with the boat. Anything the village desperately needs? Well, I suppose Kazal's loss hit us the hardest. Been trying to find buyers for my fish, but although I sell a few here and there, it's so much more difficult than it was before. Everyone's struggling to rebuild their lives, and for now we're just banding together as best we can. Okay. Oh, okay, now I just gotta go bother the people. I can only imagine that one of them is going to detail their worries, their issues, their needs, problems, and then the other one's gonna tell me to bugger off. Okay, where's it? Junkmonger. Greetings and welcome, traveler. This is your first visit to Thavner. You must try the special Amra Lassi. Refreshing zest cannot be beat. What could such a wonder cost, you wonder? Oh my god. Really? Normally I part with 3 bottles for the generous price of 19,800 gil, but for you, I'm willing to go as low as even 10,000. It'd be practically stealing from me. Look, we're not Estonian. No, yeah, that's exactly it. Exactly it. I am not Estonian. Or, dude, we know better than that. Yeah. Yeah, the spear dude. The dude that bought the hairband for like 20,000. Ah, man. The world might no longer be on fire, but we are still sifting through the ashes, so to speak. Sister, spare me. We might as well have that ugly tower back for the scant few travelers we see these days. I myself barely have the coin to buy at local prices. I tell you, if I didn't charge the oddball adventurer a small fortune for afternoon tea, I'd be scavenging for scraps in the streets. Oh, bruh, really? Look, man, we're dealing with inflation in real life, and now we have to deal with it in-game. Dude, I play games to escape my realities, okay? Not to be reminded of them. Ridiculous. First port, well, it's in shambles, isn't it? Trade routes are open once more and how that the dangerous past, certainly. But no small number of merchants have had to sell their ship. Dang. Well, that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, because I mean, you use your ship to catch fish and all that, and that's your main... Well, aside from catching fish, I mean, you use it to travel trade routes and whatnot, but if you're literally having to sell off your only means of transportation which facilitates your business, then... I mean, unless you have multiple ships, I mean, that's still kind of a bad sign, but if that's your... Yeah, if that's the only way you're able to make a profitable market, then you're just, yeah, cutting your feet off at the ends or whatever the hell the saying is. After that, the sailors were lost in the final days. It's a little wonder the flow of exports is no more than a pitiful trickle. If Ghazal and his consortium were still with us, I'm sure he'd have found a way to turn our fortunes around. Now, that was a man who got things done, God's rest his soul. Yep. Oh. Okay, now back. Everybody's on edge. Considerably so. I mean, just because it's the end of the world doesn't mean that business isn't going to facilitate. I feel like I really should get an office chair or something, because I feel like this thing is like trying to force me into trip mode and roll my back. It seemed my stint on Preacher's back did not go unnoticed. I couldn't take 2 steps before another Thavnarian was thanking me profusely for saving their home. Okay, yeah, that's somebody's character. Ah, my advisors returned and I've just made it back myself. Why do you retain this vessel now that your true form is known? Could have flown across the island in a fraction of time. Be that as it may, the sight of a massive creature descending from the sky can be startling, to say the least. Few places I can enter comfortably without risk of flattening some cart or stall. Well, I know a lot about being flattened by a dragon, considering I went through Ukab I don't know how many times now. Ridiculous. It's a fun fight, though. From inquiries, people of Palakistan were unanimous in their reply. Yep, they are surviving. Resources were stretched to the limit when refugees were pouring in, but they persevered with some assistance from Yedlamad. What I understand, they have always been an independent community, hunters and foragers and the like, and I was assured that the jungle provides for their needs, for the most part. Palakistan has weathered the disaster better than most, it seems. I myself heard good news and bad. Partymen were cautiously optimistic, having just sold a full wagon of giant skull to a foreign trader. Such visitors are few and far between. Compared to our best years, the weight of stone leaving Thanair has been light indeed. Nation is small and isolated, its prosperity dependent on a steady stream of exports. We must identify any obstacles to the flow of trade so we may begin working to remove them. Tell me, what did you learn at Akyali and Hilimad? Well, people were having to sell off all their crap just to make ends meet, and well, some of them throwing the baby out with the bathwater. So, I see that the dedicated buyer, the average fisherman, must struggle to offload his daily catch. Which is why I believe we should first address the lack of ships and shortage of able-bodied sailors in Yedlimat. I'm reminded of a child I spied as I made my way back to the palace. His father lost at sea when the beast sunk their vessel. So many variations of the same tragic tale, repeated over and over. So many lives lost. Sure, I was supposed to make some kind of facial expression there, but since I wear a mask, no. Of grief to drown in if we let ourselves be overcome, but we will not. I will consider the perspectives you've brought me and devise a plan to help my people confront this adversity. Come, I would like you to be in attendance when I announce your proposal to my assembled functionaries. Well, alright then. Oh. Oh, is this a voice cutscene? Yes, it is.
The riches the Radiant Host have retrieved were hoarded in Al-Zadal's name. A fortune I set aside for a future day of need. And lo, that day hath come. May it aid our wounded city in reclaiming its vibrancy
And what of the children who were left without family to care for them?
That is a concern which weigheth heavily upon my mind. The simple gift of coin will soon be exhausted, leaving these young souls adrift on the fringes of our society. Nay, a proper solution is needed, one which doth guarantee their welfare for years to come. Thou hast surely seen how other nations rise to meet this challenge, adventurer. What dost thou deem the wisest course?
Oh man, that's hmm. Well, considering that just happened recently, so to speak.
Of course, the revival of trade can contribute to the building of a new institution. Let us put this idea into practice. A contract shall be written, requiring all who receive of Al-Zadal's treasure to commit a portion of their future earnings towards the running of an orphanage. Now, such an influential policy is deserving of a worthy name.
Yeah, I mean, considering he's kind of the key proponent of
A fitting candidate.
bringing the commerce to the area.
Kalzal should be remembered, not as the blasphemy which terrorized Thavne, but as a hard-working and generous man who brought much wealth to our shores. Do any among you object to this proposition? Many here lost loved ones to the beasts.
Oh, it's this.
Kind of strife any one of us could have broken. Any one of us may have been taken by despair.
Oh my god, it's just this fucking dude with his fucking 40 sour heads in his mouth looking face.
When I think of Kalzal, I feel no hatred. Only a stinging regret that we could not save him as well.
Oh my god, dude, I can't keep looking at him and not expect the potion seller to tell me that I can't handle his strongest potions.
Isn't that right, men?
This bodes well for that boy. Narad, was it? Perhaps he can cut ties with that shady peddler.
Then let it be done. Henceforth, this initiative shall be known as the Kalzal Foundation. Nabdeen, thou art to assemble a patrol and ensure that no child in this city liveth in squalor.
If I had chosen anything else, I wonder if they would have called it something else. Like, is this one of those decisions that semi-influences someone's personal gameplay, but doesn't really
See to the
matter in the long run?
and make haste. Our citizens must not suffer a day more than is necessary.
Dragon and man. side by side in pursuit of a brighter morrow. Reminded of Ishgard.
Well, duh, I mean, I did just say that the idea was born from that. Come on, bruh, weren't you paying attention? I'm literally right in front of you. Alright, and I still got, that one scene to go through. Thank you for putting forth Gazelle's name. Those whose lives he enriched will take comfort and sing his legacy honored. You will forgive me for not speaking sooner, but I bear a message from Archon Ishtora. She asked that you meet her at the High Crucible at your earliest convenience. Said thank you. Shola must have finished her study of the Void Gate. Shall we hear what she has to say then? I will go with you. Well, of course you'll go with us. Thought the satrap would be too busy setting up the foundation. The clerks have been the well-oiled cogs of this administration since before I once assumed the office. They understand what needs to be done. I am curious to learn what conclusions your Archon has reached concerning the gate's unique construction. As you wish. Allow me to lead the way, Your Excellency. Alright. Yep, and I still need to do all the role quests, well, aside from the tank job quests, role quests, whatever you want to call them.
Right, here we all are.
You discovered something new.
I took a closer look at that device. I was able to determine how it keeps the Void Gate sealed, but not how it might instead be employed to expand the opening. For that, I would need to reference the technique developed by Vritra's alchemists, no records of which appear to have survived the intervening years.
We know this, so why have you sent for us? Have you learned aught of value or not?
Patience, good sir. One must introduce the subject before launching into specifics. From what we understand, travel between worlds is accomplished by passing through the nebulous rift which exists between them. Picture, if you will, the moment you were called to the first.
Oh man, are we about to go into yeah. Fuck, we're getting flashback.
You touched a focus of some kind to help the Exarch pinpoint your location. His summoning spell then channeled the energies of the Crystal Tower to begin your journey to his world.
Okay.
The magics tore a hole in the wall separating source and shard, and cast you into the intervening nothingness.
Mm-hmm.
In that place, the laws of nature hold no sway.
Mm-hmm. Got all that salt.
Yet even through this realm of temporal and spatial instability, you were borne safely to your destination in the first.
Mm-hmm.
The feat that guided you across such an unimaginable distance, both physical and metaphorical, was nothing short of a miracle.
Okay, so we just get Braha to jump us across portals or whatever.
Then what of the many Voidsent found in the source? Who guides them here, and how?
An excellent question. Though there are several methods by which the Void's denizens might intrude upon our world, the rituals of summoning are the most typical.
It's the Italians.
For example, let us consider the gargoyle, a creature of middling power.
Okay. But we know it's the Italians.
To call upon such an entity, the prospective summoner must force open a void gate.
Mm-hmm.
The portal lasts but a moment and is relatively small, allowing only an imp or other lesser being to squeeze through with their physical body intact. Our more powerful gargoyle, however, is too large for that. Creating a gate big enough for him would require vast amounts of energy, far beyond the reserves of any one mortal practitioner.
Okay, but why are you specifying the gargoyle, man? That's like
Instead, to
picking
something
on him.
more common, to bring over only the entity's soul. We had a taste of that ourselves when a certain exarch dragged us to the first.
So yeah, they basically take the spirit of something and bring it through because it doesn't require a physical, corporeal form.
Remained in our world, the Void Sense physical form is left behind in the 13th.
And the spirit gets focused into, well, it gets channeled into foci, which essentially are those statues there. So they know what the physical attributes are of the original creatures, so they simply, yeah.
The summoned soul is granted a temporary shell to inhabit. In the gargoyle's case, a stone effigy has proven a suitable vessel.
Yep.
Wait. You said that Voidsent must be called here deliberately by someone in the source, reeled in like a fisherman with his catch.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. For a being to navigate the chaos of the rift, with or without form, there must needs be a guiding agent on the other side.
When the hordes poured forth from Alag's Great Gate, it was the technologists who drew them through. Though to my knowledge, planar fissures are in essence natural passages between our world and the void, which require no such guidance to traverse. Why is only the boundary between the source and the 13th so fragile? So much so that it often tears open of its own accord.
I believe solving that mystery is key to understanding travel between the source and its reflections.
Oh, gee, I don't know. Maybe it has something to do with being attuned to darkness rather than light.
And how do you intend to get your answers?
No, the danger is too great.
Oh, dude. Why do you do this, man? You keep getting all invested and then no, I'm a danger.
Perhaps. But what some call danger, others think of as adventure.
Yes, adventure time. Adventure time.
Were you not listening to my tale?
Yeah, we're listening, we just don't care.
To expand the gate has been lost to the ages. Even could you force the portal wide enough, you would be greeted by an army of murderous horrors the very instant you step through.
But, bro, I've traveled to different dimensions.
I assure you I was most attentive, and I agree that to go alone would be certain death. But if I were to bring along one who has already braved the 13th and humbled the cloud of darkness, well, I imagine my chances would be much improved.
Yeah.
Since when were you one for the quiet life?
I mean, considering the timeline of the story, it's been what? A couple weeks at most? Since we, basically saved the entire
Once again,
existence from
life in your ever reliable hands.
being destroyed.
That said, as much as I would like to march straight back to the Void Gate, there is the small matter of being unable to open it without the Satrap's personal authority.
As I've said before, I will grant you and yours any boon you choose to name, provided it does not endanger my people.
You have my word that we will take every precaution. Not a single void scent will be allowed to threaten Razatan, assuming we manage to expand the portal in the first place.
You have a plan.
Actually, I had hoped you might help us with that. I presume the alchemists you retained supplied you with some explanation of their methodology.
That they did. House Daymir was overseeing the project.
Daymir. Ah, yes. The family associated with the great work.
I did not fully comprehend the theory, but their research began with a void scent which had slipped through the fissure. After a thorough examination, they created an arcane simulacrum possessed of similar qualities. A man-made void scent, if you will. It was apparently indispensable in their efforts to enlarge the gate.
A man-made void scent.
Yes. Being great admirers of the Archons, House Daymir submitted detailed notes to Charlene's official committee. They expected praise and accolades for their simulacrum, and were thus devastated to be informed that their work had been classified as prohibited material.
Gee, I wonder why.
True. Then those notes might still be stored in a forbidden archive somewhere. Not Google, of course, since that library had yet to be built. Which leaves us with...
Gee. The one place that has all the books. Oh, it's ridiculous. You have to go sneaking around and all that hullabaloo. See, I told you eventually we'd have to bring in the Catboy.
Indeed. Numenon's restricted stacks may very well hold a copy. In which case, I say we head directly to Charlene.
Unless you anticipate needing help to reach the high shelves, I see myself being of little use. Go on ahead. I still need to find Mirad and tell him about the Kalzal Foundation.
Oh man, it's been a long day, but I gotta get through this. I was actually going to go ahead and do this last night, but I don't know, I just kind of got tired, didn't really feel like getting into it. But now that I'm kind of forcing myself to do it,
They are resolved to venture into the void.
yes, they are.
Do I sit idly by?
I don't know, dude, because you've been complaining about not being able to find your sister when now we have a chance at going to find her, and now you say no because it's too dangerous, but before you were like, oh, I gotta find my sister. Like, dude, make up your mind. Oh, wait, why am I? Yeah, no, that's why. Oh, I read that wrong, but no. Not much, but it's honest work. Alright, let's see. Because he holds all my materials. How much is that? So, oh, that's not selling for much. Ooh, damn. I'm sure I could make a killing if I wanted to, but yeah, I don't really need the gil. But I think it would be better to let other people make their money while they can, because I already have a house, so I wouldn't need the money for anything else. I can already gather my own materials, I can craft my own stuff. Or to enter Numenon's restricted archives with minimum fuss, then we must secure the permission of the forum. First, however, we shall need to enlist the cooperation of a member of the Brooch. Of a member to broach the matter on our behalf. Who do you think might be inclined to assist us? The old dude. The old dude! Yes! The old dude. Did come to Graha's defense during the inquiry, after all. Come on, how could you forget the old dude? I mean, if you've ever heard his Japanese voice acting, it's just compared to the English, it's just so at odds with the presented character, but it's delightful. So if you haven't had a chance to, I definitely would recommend switching all the voices to the Japanese and going through his parts. Oh, damn it. You better keep up. Where are we going? Where are we going? Oh, okay. The studium. Am I going the right way? Because I'm sure there's going to be optional dialogue along the way, which I have to actually step on those platform things or whatever. in order to be able to trigger said dialogue. But I don't see any. Well, at least not yet. Then I don't remember if they're actually marked on the map that you can do so. Oh, well, there's one there. And, wow, really? Only one? You figure people just go crazy over a Stola, there would be like 10 of them along the way. Apprentice Master Matoya at the age of 7 and labored under her tutelage for a full decade. Never the chance to attend the studio. Neither did Thancred, as I recall. Soon after Master Louisoix took him in off the streets, he was put in care of another Archon. His was a rigorous and practical education in arts of espionage and survival. Sometimes wonder what my life might have been had I pursued studies here instead. Yep, well, that does sound lovely. Afternoons with friends spent sipping tea and debating theories. Still, I wouldn't give up my time with Master Matoya for the world. Dank. The dank cave I studied in was about as far from the bright, airy halls of academia as one could get, but it was a wondrous, magical childhood nonetheless. Did she beat you with a broom too? Expressed to name our allies in the forums, like Monteshane. It'd certainly be at the top of the list. Hopefully he agrees to aid us with our request. Well, yes. Like, Monteshane definitely did us a solid back then during the MSQ in the expansion. Hey, old dude, what's up? Oh, please tell me it's voiced. No? Okay, well, visitors. And quite distinct ones at that. What may I do for you? I forgive the intrusion, Skolok, but we were hoping you might help us secure permission to enter Numenon's restricted archives. Oh ho, no furtive forays into the stacks this time, eh? That's so she can fall asleep again? I applaud this newfound sense of propriety, yet in all this wide world of comparative serenity, what so compels you to disturb a vault of forbidden wisdom? We opening portals, dude. Just gonna rip the void an entirely new anus. Fascinating. I had no idea such a technique existed. Would have been surprised if he had. If my assumption is correct, the research left behind by House Damer has lain dormant in Charlene's archives for many centuries. And if you unearth this research, what then? Surely you don't intend to cross over into the void. Hell yeah, we do. That is, in fact, precisely what we intend. To what end, pray tell? To develop a method of traversing the rift, for one, that I might keep my word to a distant friend. Dude, she's... Okay, we're trying to save the dragon dude's sister, and you're literally just tagging along because reasons. So she's literally here just to mooch off of us. What the hell? Sentiments aside, I have journeyed to the end of existence. I have heard, felt, and thought endlessly about the truth of our world and the echo of its future. And yet I want to understand everything, to unravel it all down to its very last secret. What scholar worthy of the name would force open a void gate or two if a grand revelation was the promised reward? Ha ha, marvelous. An audacious proposal worthy of Master Matoya herself. And after hearing the whys and the wherefores, I, for one, do not believe you would use the knowledge for ill. I see no reason not to present your request to the for the forum's consideration. Although your petition would be better received if you also had the support of another well-placed acquaintance. Yeah? Are we getting a new person? Oh. Why, Master Fortunal, of course. He can hardly ignore an earnest request from his dear children's most treasured comrades. I was hesitant to approach him directly, but there is no denying that having Master Fortunal on our side would tip the balance in our favor. Very well. We will pay a visit to the Levieux estate and plead our case. Plead you shall. Ah, one last thing before you go. I would consider it a personal favor if you might share with me the discoveries you make in the void. My appetite for knowledge is every bit as insatiable as yours, I'd wager, so if you could see your way to indulging an old man's curiosity... Of course, Skarlock, we'll be sure to pass on any revelations. Yep. Had enough of this jibber jabber. Time to go get shit done. Time to prostrate oneself at the door of whatever. Ah, Master Garrus, Mistress Ishtola, how may I be of service? Come to speak with Master Fortunal. Is he home by any chance? Yes, the master is in the residence. Shall inform him that he has guests. Well, I wouldn't exactly call us guests, more like interlopers, if anything. Well, Millions would invite you inside for tea, but I assume this is not a social visit. You have some matter of import to discuss? Then pray proceed. You have my full attention. We gonna tear the void a new anus. Well, I suppose I should praise you for following the proper protocols this time around. Skarlock Montigian expressed much the same sentiment. I assure you will not attempt to circumvent the forum's authority again, unless it is absolutely necessary, of course. Of course. You do understand that the restricted archives are restricted for good reason, yes? No pressing need exists, then why risk the consequences of employing this forbidden knowledge? For a brother who misses his sister, she was his guardian and his friend, a selfless hero who crossed the rift between worlds to save her homeland from horror and suffering. But the brother has given up thoughts of reunion. He spends his efforts elsewhere, watching over a people yet healing from the flames of the final days, loyal to his duty while betraying the longing in his heart. 'Tis no vital mission, perhaps, reuniting these siblings, but it feels a worthy cause to pursue, all the same. Oh, quit lying! You're literally just tagging along so you can freaking pilfer shit off of our efforts to go to the void. As one who feared losing his own loved ones and spent years in research to prevent it, surely you appreciate how painful such separation must be. Come on, come on, denier, dude, just like baseless accusations, appeal to emotions, come on. I thought you were on that Sigma grind or whatever the fuck. Reflections are still very much a mystery to us. Offering to share your experiences in the first should constitute a fair exchange for our cooperation. Do not celebrate just yet. The Forum must still be convinced. I will add your request to the list of today's deliberations and deliver the decision to you at the Baldur's Annex. Okay, cool. What is that? Yeah, collection. Dude, I have not even checked this. Whatever. I'll look at it on my free time. We got more important shit to do, like ripping the void a new anus. What the hell? Whatever. Like I said, more important things to do. I now have roughly 4-ish hours to get caught up because I need to unlock expert and cap my tomes before tome reset, otherwise I'll be behind. And I'm actually supposed to be going back with my old raid team to start doing Savage this tier. And if I'm not caught up on stuff, then yeah, and screwing myself out of progress. So what does the Forum decide? To put it bluntly, Master Matoya has burned some bridges here in Charlian, and insulted the earth for good measure. When it became clear that her student was the petitioner in question, well, no fewer members voiced their discontent. Well, yeah, no shit. Then the chamber was reminded, in no uncertain terms I might add, of the incredible debt we owe to you and your companions. That served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was, well, speaking of stiffening spines, oh man, I really should just get like a regular office chair, cause this isn't very comfortable, to be honest. It served to silence the grumbles and stiffen a few spines, and it was agreed that allowing you entry to the archives was the least we could do in return. That is wonderful news. Thank you both for speaking on our behalf. Yes, well, as I'm sure you are aware, this permission was not extended lightly. Forbidden knowledge is to be treated with the utmost caution, and there will be repercussions if it is not. I wish you well in your endeavor and bid you good day. Good day, sir, I say to you, good day. Ever the same, that one. Compromising, eh? That is very stoicism. That very stoicism is exactly what Charlian needed to guide it through not one, but 2 exoduses. Yes, exoduses, not exoduses. There's a difference. That went rather well, I think. As a child, I dreamed up any number of schemes for getting my hands on those forbidden tomes, and now I can simply walk in through the door. Our focus will be on finding House Damir's research notes, of course, but the thought of so much knowledge at my disposal has me feeling a little giddy. Look, let's focus, for the love of God. We're trying to, we have a goal here. Be heading directly into the archives from here, I presume. You presume correctly. Then you'll want to speak with the index page when you arrive. It's been instructed to grant you access to the restricted section. Excellent. Once again, we thank you for all your help. Oh, it was my pleasure, believe me. May you find the knowledge you seek. Shall we? Yes, let's go. Again with this? See where we... No banana, na 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 na. No banana, na 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 na. Just seriously, I'm really surprised that they don't give as many. Oh, it's just an NPC. Just kind of hanging out there. Anyway. Yeah, I'm just really surprised that they didn't add all these dialogue options, considering she's basically the most popular Argon. Time to get our hands on some forbidden knowledge. To think the set of instructions I laughingly imagined may actually exist but yalms away from where you found me napping. If I'd known Ozadal's the third's exploits sooner, I could have well saved myself days of research. Even a children's book might have pointed me in the right direction. To achieve the impossible, one must needs be flexible of mind and look beyond conventional wisdom. A lesson I had already learned, but clearly not taken to heart. Yep. Man, if only I could just... get to the lower rungs there. Argon Assured and guest identified. Do you wish to proceed into the restricted archives? Hell yeah, dude. Follow me if you would. Watch your step, and please note that the use of naked flames is discouraged. Right, cool. Was it a cut line, or is it... Dude, what did they just say about naked flames? Why is there a freaking open candle just sitting there? Dude, literally.
If House Damia's notes are to be found anywhere, it will be here. Let us begin.
Oh, is this a QTE sort of thing? They said no naked flames, what the hell? Well, apparently I do need to remind you, because you freaking keep trying to read other stuff when we're trying to get shit done here. Today, in a world not my own, I met the most beautiful void-born creature. It's so unlike her ravenous veteran, eyes blazing not with hunger, but trembling like a candle's flame, threatening to flicker out at any moment. I wonder if she is even the proper word. Such distinctions seem inconsequential, insignificant even. All that matters is the love I feel for this exquisite, transcendent being. Oh, you're attempting to read more? This does not seem okay. Somebody's voice sent smut journal. Is it? Following pages detailing an advanced method for manipulating rift-spanning apertures as devised by Nuhashat, ninth patriarch of House Damir. Present these research notes to the faculty of Charlotte's... But I wanted to read the other thing! Damn it, no! Present these research notes to the faculty of Charlotte's Studium as both a token of our friendship and expression of our boundless admiration. Can I... Oh my! I wanted to read the other things. Why didn't you let me read the other things? There's something to show me, do you? My apologies. I flipped open, but a single book was completely absurd. See, this is why I have to get everything done. It's me. I have to do all the work. And you guys are just mooching off of me. It's ridiculous. Well done, Guinness. I think you may have found our prize. Still, they said no naked open flame, and there's literally candles there. They're not even covered by anything. They're just... Oh.
Yes, the ether signature is unmistakable. I've felt the traces of House Damia's resonance many times at the Great Work. Time to see what all the fuss was about.
Alright. Are you gonna magic the book, or what?
Among the ranks of the Void Sent, there exist entities with the power to call forth their brethren from beyond. The species known as Atomos, however, is uniquely prodigious in this regard.
Oh, yeah, no. Where is it? That's... Yep. Totally keeping that. Yeah, that's... yeah. That's a pretty cool image. I'm keeping that.
From its distended maw, it can expel an endless procession of void-born creatures. A talent which sorely tested the Radiant Host in its battles against these abominations. Surmising that the entity itself was acting as a void gate, we endeavored to capture a small specimen and subsequently examine its physiological structure. Our findings revealed that the Atomos had absorbed a planar fissure into its own flesh, which it could expand at will into a functioning gate. Upon further analysis, we identified an ethereal wave pattern emitted during this process. A pattern we were able to emulate by passing crystal-stored ether through a specially designed prism. We proceeded to embed said prism into an arcane simulacrum, thus completing what we have dubbed our artificial Atomos. How could I have been so blind to the possibilities? This species, not to mention its ability to summon Voidsent, has been discussed among academics for years now. Just before the advent of the 7th Umbral Calamity, we received reports of Atomos sightings from every corner of Eorzea. Surely you've at least heard the tales. And still, House Damia went and built a mock Atomos of their very own. I'm not surprised the Archons consigned their work to a restricted archive. It was no easy task, but at last we've unearthed the volume we've been searching for. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't tempted to stay longer. See what other forbidden titles might be lurking on these shelves.
Lola, please, we don't have time.
But that would be abusing the very special privilege we've been granted now, wouldn't it? Better not.
There'll be time for that later. We gotta go punch an Atomos in the mouth and tell it to send us elsewhere. Much as I would love to start crafting the Atomos, I'm afraid this is far outside my field of expertise. Fortunately, we know a Hanish alchemist who would be delighted to involve herself in our House Daemir project. Business here is concluded for the moment. Please pass on our regards to the forum. Your message will be conveyed. Should you wish to indulge in more forbidden literature, I will be here. Patron mode disabled, security mode engaged. If anyone can help us, Nidana can. Say we return to Thabner and look for her at the great work. Alright. So we get to see some familiar faces. Oh, it's been a while. Oh man, it's hot. Well, it tells me you're pursuing a most fascinating study and that you want me to be a part of it. Yep. I have no doubt you will be interested. This research log should speak for itself. Hand over the invisible item. Will it now? By the sisters, this is a mark of House Daemir. I never even knew such a work existed. You should. It was sequestered in Numenon's restricted archives after all. It was, but that means every word within is forbidden knowledge. Forbidden tome filled with forbidden research, and you put it right into my unsuspecting hand? I can hardly wait to read it. To think the Daimler were developing such a marvelous technique so long ago. How many innovations have been lost over the centuries, I wonder. Now that you've glanced over the notes, what say you to helping us build a new Mach-Atomos? I say yes, 1,000 times yes! Work on a Daimler project that had even the redoubtable scholars of Charlene trembling in their sandals? No alchemist of the great work could resist. You are a woman after my own heart. Oh, and I suppose I should ask, what do you mean to do with this big mouth simulacrum once we've built it? We're going to the void. So, there's a secret void gate, and it's sealed in the ruins at the bottom of the bounty. Today is a day of revelations indeed. The purpose of our man-made Atomos is to expand this hidden portal, and I will need to see it for myself, I think. Manipulating rift-spawning apertures is not the sort of thing you want to attempt without first taking into account every single factor. And by all means, accompany us to the vault. I plan to lead us back there shortly, once we've finished gathering the components I require. Charlene's markets provided the raw aquamarine and pure water crystals, but I might need help obtaining a small quantity of astrally infused water. Such a liquid, you need go no further than the Font of Maya. The ascetics of old once favored the place for their meditations, and the water which pools there now is known to enliven the flow of aether. That sounds perfect. If you'd be so kind as to fill a flask at the pool, I will petition Rachel to join us. The idea I have in mind won't amount to much without his authority to command the Void Gate. Shall we be about it then? We'll meet at Kionon. Oh, okay. Need to take a little short break. Gonna get a walk around, stretch around. We'll be back shortly. All right, we're getting back into it. It was Avenal059. Getting back to streaming after almost a month hiatus. You can check me out, as you can see there, my socials at Twitter, at Avenal059, or you can check out my archives of things that I've played, namely Final Fantasy XIV, and well, there's a number of other things that I actually do that I'm looking at getting back into. And hey, Helios, nice to see you drop by. Yeah, go ahead and leave the lurk. That's fine, cool. If people want to come by and lurk, that's cool too. You don't really have to say anything. Of course, I'd love to have the conversations with you all, but you know, if that's not your thing, that's fine. I'm still going to be going through 6.1, and then we're going to be moving on to 6.2 content. I'm kind of adverse to whether I should get that done or not, because I still have the normal raids to get through as well, and those also have a weekly lock. And I've got about 3.5 hours to get through. But, well, yeah, there's no sense in standing around here doing it, so as much as I don't want to rush myself through things, I kind of have to. But I'm still enjoying what I've gotten through so far. Let's see if I can, does this work? Let's see here. Well, maybe not. Oh, anyway, yeah, just gonna give a shout out to Helios Gaming TV. He's a cool dude. He also streamed Final Fantasy XIV. If you got a chance to go ahead and check him out, he's got good content. And he's very entertaining. That being said, yeah, I just gotta keep going on with this. God, I just, yeah, I mean, aside from 14, I do stream other things, which I'm actually really looking forward to getting back into, and there's actually some new things that I've picked up, which I think might be interesting. Particularly a set of games that I found recently. They're probably not anything recent, considering they're probably like 2-3-year-old games. But I haven't really seen them being played, and I haven't heard anybody talk about them, which that could be a good thing or a bad thing. But I'll get to that point when I get to it. But yeah, for the most part, I am going to be streaming Final Fantasy XIV. I was thinking, my other main game at the moment, because I've not been able to stream for a while, was Genshin Impact, which the 3.0 update of that game has actually brought me back into it, because it's actually caught my interest. Well, the story, anyway. Been kind of a personal journey of that. But anyway, I'm rambling on, so gotta get this done. Do you have that flask for me? Like, I really don't want to make light of those kinds of situations, but Stola, really? Lady, please. Oh my god, just asking for a flask, like, please, that's not this kind of stream, okay? Yes, this should suffice, thank you. Do I actually have to pick one? Fine, we'll go with spell speed. Ugh. Void Theory. Look who I came across. Stinian seemed in need of diversion, and we, in turn, may have need of his lance. Right then, now that our little party is assembled, let us make our way to the ruins. We have need of Matsu's boat again. Not this time. Once Ishtola informed me of our destination, I arranged for a vessel to be made ready at Akiali. Your Excellency is ever the gracious host. Shall we? We shall. Do I have to fly over there? Yes, I have to fly over there. Oh man. Really? Yeah, I'll have to see what's going on with my bot and all that, and figure out things for shoutouts and all that. But anyway. Bruh, that's literally the same boat that was there. Ship is yours, command. Our thanks, we set sail at once. Oh, this is so exciting. Aldal's legacy, to see the truth of a legend with my own eyes. All aboard for the treasure vault. Yes. Do the boarding. It laid waste to them ere I could utter a single word. Poor Vratra, he really should have spoken with the Stinian before we left. I shudder to think what we've cost them in terms of construction materials. Thought we cleared this place of constructs the last time we came through. It would seem a few stragglers remained. Alright. We're getting voice acting. I think.
Ruins alone
Yep.
were impressive enough, but I never dreamed such a treasure lay hidden in the depths of the bounty. It may have been helpful to know this device existed, Your Excellency.
My apologies. The gate was a secret I shared with none but my closest advisors. I feared for what might happen should those with ill intentions learn of its existence.
What is it you're doing now?
There's something I wish to verify.
She's doing the thing. She's going to do the thing.
Our reports claim that a short stint into the void carries little risk of etheric imbalance. Should one suffer an injury, however, or if one's expedition drags on longer than intended, that risk becomes significantly greater. Graha theorized that a warding scale would confer protection from the void's corrupting influence. But I would prefer to test that hypothesis before we set foot in the 13th ourselves.
So, this is an experiment of sorts.
Yes, an experiment. Tell me, how would you go about testing the efficacy of the warding scale?
And how would you do that? The gate is still too small for any of us to pass through.
Dude, I just punch it, like, really hard.
Estinian is correct, which is why I've elected to send a familiar in our stead.
No, just give me give me a bottle of the white monster and change my name to Kyle, and I could just punch a hole into it.
Now, a lowly imp can navigate a fissure, no matter how narrow. Which means an arcane entity of similar stature should be able to manage the same.
She's gonna say the thing.
I hadn't wanted it to come to this, but no other familiars will do, I'm afraid.
Say the thing, Ishtola. Say the thing. Come on.
I mislike the sound of that. What manner of fiend does she mean to summon?
Say the thing.
From ocean rise and cloudbank form, from mountain spring and rainfall storm, from river flow and life be born.
Magical girl Ishtola.
Water, water, froth and foam!
Yay, she said the thing.
Ready your arms. I fear she's been possessed.
Oh, come now. That was adorable.
Though not my first choice. These familiars I conceived of as a child have the best chance of fitting through the gate. I only wish my younger self had considered a more dignified ending to the creation ritual. In any case, these two should serve as well. This one will bear a warding scale.
Shove it in there.
And when they return from the 13th, we can observe how the talisman, or absence thereof, has affected the progress of the Void's corruption. If I could impose upon you to open the gate. Your Excellency?
Ah, yes, of course.
We should also be wary of void scent slipping through while we conduct our experiment. Estinian, you are to keep Nadana safe from harm.
As you say.
You had best be on your guard as well.
Oh man, there we go. Just got a teaser about it.
Oh, are you volunteering to join the Nixies? I could shrink you down, you know.
Yeah, I know. Why are you scared?
Let us begin, shall we? Nixies, into the void.
Please tell me there's something to fight. Come on, I want to fight something. Didn't bring the gun for nothing. Come on. America and all that shit. Ugh. Oh, no. Every time I come here, it reminds me of that dark portal above the crystal tower, and the final lash about the other tales as she plunged into the void. I need wait for a time to ensure a meaningful result. Be patient and keep watch for any intruders. Struggle to picture Stola as a little girl. Easier to believe she sprang fully formed from one of Master Matoya's cauldrons. Sister, save me. I will never see Stola the same way again. Wrath and form, indeed. Come on, something better pop out of there so I can beat its ass.
I think we've waited long enough. Nixies, return to my side.
No answer. Oh man, that one's all...
Thank you, little one. You did well.
Now kill it.
Poor thing. essence has been irrevocably warped.
Bigger! Bigger!
We're out of time. I must reseal the void gate.
No. No, don't do that. I want to fight whatever's coming out. Why would you do that? Come on.
They're coming through!
That's what I got my pew-pew for.
In the name of Al-Zidal III, I bar this door unto the void.
Well, that was a sharp lesson in the dangers of void gates.
And what of our experiment? I'd say the results speak for themselves.
The unprotected Nixie has suffered extensive etheric corruption. As Nidana observed, it's well on its way to becoming a void scent. The one merged with the talisman, however, appears unaffected. I sense no changes to its equilibrium. Rest now, little ones.
Graha's theory was correct, then.
So it would seem. But while our second familiar was untouched by void energies, the talisman itself shows signs of degradation. It was, of course, originally designed to shield the soul from primal tempering. It stands to reason that etheric corruption of a different sort would affect it differently. We may need to modify the warding scale's design to account for the 13th's uniquely unstable ether.
You've said much of the Void's instability, but my imagination fails me. What manner of place is this broken world?
Ah, my apologies. I forget that not all of us spend our days sequestered in dusty archives. The 13th is a reflection of the source that was drowned in a flood of darkness. In Emmett Selk's own words, this tragedy was a result of the Ascians' attempts to force a rejoining. They erred in their haste, and made of that world a useless void. You remember Una Kalhai, the unusual child we met during our troubles with the Warring Triad. He explained the fate of the 13th thus. The champions of that ill-fated world used the stone known as Aurosite to contain the power of primals, but those self-same heroes were gradually corrupted by the Aurosite's bleeding energies, transforming into fiends with an endless hunger for ether. By the time anyone thought to oppose them, Light's strength had grown too feeble, and the balance of the 13th tipped into eternal darkness. It was Elidibus, as I recall, who rescued Unakalhai's spirit from his final battlefield. But I wonder if there were others whom the emissary saved from oblivion. The server, Ciela, wasn't it? And you say she was another of Elidibus's pawns? I see. So Ciela, or rather Silver, was beguiled by the same dreams of heroism as Unakalhai. And what of your own experience? Will you tell us of what you observed during Noah's expedition? can picture it now. The sunless Stygian expanse, infested with legions of ether-starved monstrosities. A void in every sense of the word.
What you have described in such lurid detail is exactly why I hesitate to encourage you.
Worry not, great Vritra. Our journey into the 13th is but the first leg of a longer voyage. A voyage that shall lead us to other reflections, to new mysteries and discoveries. And I mean to be there every step of the way. But first I must focus on refining the warding talisman.
Then I can begin work on constructing an artificial Atomos. Or I could if I had the relevant manuals to hand. Might I be so bold as to request access to the Satrap's family archives? Your Excellency?
Oh, yes. That can be arranged. I will speak to my officials upon our return.
We will see you back in the city then.
Alright. Once the Dana succeeds in replicating the Mach Atomos, the door into the 13th will be ours to open. Will you be crossing the threshold alongside us? I realize this is more my endeavor than yours. To be honest, I've no interest in visiting the void myself. Might we discuss this later? There's something I must do first. And he's gone. Why does everyone insist on being so secretive? I at least had good reason for not wanting to explain my Nixie ritual. Ahem. Shall we proceed with other preparations then? As we saw, the warding scale can be effective at protecting the bearer from other sources of etheric corruption. Nevertheless, the talisman's durability will need to be improved if it is to withstand the void's influence for a prolonged length of time. And I think that is a problem we can address without involving the brilliant but busy alchemists who created it. Who do we know who excels at this kind of structural augmentation? Like... It's always the Elegans, but then if I say that, I know she's gonna be like, no, idiot, it's freaking Garland, and of course we're gonna have Sid. We always have to have Sid, and anytime we do anything that deals with technology, but I'm gonna pick the Elegans, because it's always Elegans. See? Told you. Perhaps they once did, but availing ourselves of elegant insights tends to be an involved process in and of itself. Nay, I believe a more straightforward approach is in order, consulting with the engineers of Garland Ironworks. As I recall, Sid himself is no stranger to the void and its volatile energies. With his experience hand at the helm, I have every confidence that the Ironworks can strengthen the warding scale. Because of course they can. Come, let us visit their operation in Ralga's Reach and commission the best and brightest. Do we have to? Do we really have to? Yes, what brings you to the ironworks? We have a commission for you and your president, actually, assuming he's available. Master Sid, certainly. I'll see if he has a moment free. Oh, now it's Master Sid? Ridiculous. And he still has that outfit. A pleasure as always. I hear you have a job for us. Heading into the void to find a lost dragon. That sounds almost pedestrian compared to your last adventure. Honestly, I don't know if you could say anything that would surprise me after meeting you on that bloody mess. Alright, let's take a look at this talisman of yours. You said there were signs of degradation. Yeah, hand him the invisible item. Seems a manner of corrosion has set in around a scratch on its surface. Much as the void's corruption seeped into Nero through his wounds. In which case, our best bet may be to simply prevent the scale from being damaged in the first place. And how might we achieve that? We have a coating agent for strengthening trinkets and the like, but I'd be wary of applying any compound which might upset the scale's delicate alchemical balance. Far safer to dress it in armor. Okay, well, I guess we'll construct a protective casing, one utilizing metal alloys with high etheric conductivity, so as to not impede the talisman's primary function. Suit of armor, as you said. Nero's compadre dead on the 13th, so I'll have him pitch in with the design just to be sure. Only I want such an ordeal to convince him to follow our safety protocols. I swear I've never had such a reckless employee. In any case, we may need some time to untangle the particulars. Understandable. We know how busy your schedule is, and the final result will be doubtless worth the wait. The hard part will be ducking Jessie and her constant barrage of demands while she sneak about doing the fun stuff. We'll see what we can do. I think we can leave the rest in Sid's capable hands. Let's return to the great work and see how Nagana is getting on with the mock Atomos. Okay. Let's go see what she's cooked up. Insatiable curiosity of our alchemists has ever amazed me, though I've largely left them to their own devices since we opened the gate together. Hope Nadana has good news for us. Now, what do you got for us? Was it like an Atomos the size of a grapefruit?
Ah, hey, Stola. The adjustments are going well, I hope?
'Tis a lengthy process, but the end is in sight, yes.
That's wonderful news. I myself had some good fortune searching through the Satrap's private records. What I found was a transaction log dated around the same period as when Alzadal's legacy was built. It included a purchase list of highly exclusive alchemical components, and I knew I I'd discovered the key to making the artificial atomos. I then visited the High Crucible to commission the materials. After I'd explained my requirements, I was beset by volunteers insisting I allow them to help with the entire project.
The usual reaction to someone forcing open a void gate is to run for the hills. Harnish academics certainly are a different breed.
The alchemists of old were cut from a similar cloth. The unknown held no fear for them. Indeed, they were ever eager to seek new knowledge, regardless of the danger.
And were you not also fearless, heedless even, in your determination?
At one point, yes, he was, but
My sire entered his dormancy before I was hatched. And so it was Ashdaya who kept my eggs safe and warm. It created a bond between us. Even long after I learned to fend for myself, I rarely strayed from her side. She was my guardian, my sister, my dear companion. And not a single day passes that I do not mourn her absence. No matter how deep the darkness, I would not surrender my search. I promised myself the time would come when we would once more take to the skies together. But I am satrap now.
The Radiant Host is here to serve, Your Excellency.
oh, this guy again.
Nabdeen, what is this about?
Celestinian told us of your predicament. For centuries you have protected Rads at Han, never showing your true self, hiding behind a curtain and living only in service to the people. Your dedication meant more to us than your deceit, and so did we accept you as our rightful ruler. After all that you have sacrificed for this nation, did you imagine we would begrudge you your heart's desire?
Dude, it's like,
We survived.
so how do I explain it? It's like,
We are a strong and proud people. We, the Radiant Host, will keep Thavnair safe in your absence.
it's like if somebody made like a literal face mask and decided to stretch it over like a beach ball. It's the proportions are just not right. The eyebrows especially. It's just.
I am grateful for your loyalty and for your encouragement. And yet,
Now you listen to me, Varshan.
Oh shit.
You are wearing that face, after all. As I have told you before, you are a little brother to us all. And if you are family, then so too is your sister. We are there for you if you need us. But do not ask us to sit by and watch while you abandon a sibling you have ached to rescue for millennia.
We will succeed in opening the way. It is only a matter of time. All you need do is prepare to step through to the other side.
Your Excellency, I wanted to thank you for building the orphanage. It means so much that my sister and I will have a place to be together, safe and happy. And I hope that you and your sister can be together again too.
Oh, so the message of this patch is family. Where's the Vin Diesel lookalike to show up?
you're saying I should seize this chance?
Yes. I mean, what else am I supposed to do for content?
Take heart and protect them well. Such were the words I once said to you, and here I stand failing to live up to them. If my heart is torn, I am fit to protect neither Ajdaya nor Radzathan. My people, I have come to a decision. Vashan will depart Thavne for a time. My dragon self will remain in the palace, but only to conduct the satrap's most essential duties. While I am focused on controlling this vessel, there may be matters that escape my attention. I rely on you, my trusted friends, to watch over one another until I return.
Oh, let's see, we're up on the 2-hour mark.
Shed should you come to harm.
I would not dare make you cry.
Wasn't expecting the rest of 6.1 to take this long. You surprised me, Stinian. For a lone wolf, you've shown an unusual degree of, shall we say, involvement in helping Vratra reach its conclusion. Just for the greater good, Worm's thundering sighs were keeping his citizens awake at night, and travelers believing the palace wrecked by some unnatural storm. What of your own answer, then? You seem disinclined to venture into the void. When I was one with Nidhogg, his vengeful thoughts were my thoughts, his endless rage my rage, and the soul-chilling grief he nursed for Ratatoska's death. Would not wish such agony upon a foe, let alone an ally, friend and ally. There is a chance we can spare Vritra that pain, then I will follow you. With things as they are, I'd rather not bother our comrades with aught less than a dire threat to the star. Will make for an interesting journey besides, traveling in a smaller party for a change. Roads can be a bit draining, don't you think? Now, on to specifics. Unlike the first, where the flood of light was halted before its devastation was complete, the 13th has been utterly subsumed by darkness. My plan, as such, is to explore the void in stages, withdrawing to safety after each brief foray. It would seem more convenient that we had some manner of base camp nearer to the gate itself. One of the palace chambers should serve. Come, let us reconvene outside Megaduta. Oh, it's a lot of porting around. Good thing I've done all those hunts. Gathered all those marks. Excuse me. And so we will require suitable accommodations. Might we make something available for our guests? All the chambers are presently hosting the great amount of treasure we carried out of the vault. Once the Foundation's activities begin in earnest, however, we can distribute the trove and make a room or two ready for habitation. Good. Please inform me when you've completed the arrangements. Do the work. Move the shit out of the room. As you heard, we will have you settled in Mega Duta in due time. As ever, you are most gracious, Your Excellency. You risk yourselves to aid me in my search for Azaya. Providing comfortable quarters is the least I can do. I only wish we knew more about our destination. The gods only know how long our explorations might possibly take, or what our chances of success might possibly be. Succeed or fail, I am grateful to you for convincing me to make the attempt. On that note, I will return to the great work and lend what help I can to Nidana. If you've preparations to make ere we venture into the 13th, now is the time. All I need is my armor and my lance. Perhaps I'll train with the Radiant Host to pass the time before we depart. You know what this means to me, but my purpose need not consume you as well. We are headed to another world. Find what joy you can in the experience, for you are a traveler, an adventurer at heart. This I know. Meanwhile,
And thus I am returned. To this world, bereft of saviors.
oh, okay, well I guess that was patch 6.1. That was kind of an abrupt ending, but hey, well, we got it down. And it only took us was that two? Yeah, 2-ish hours to get that done, so that's not too bad. Let's see. Like, when is the reset again? 1. So, okay, so I got 4 hours, which should be more than enough time to get 6.2 done, so I can actually go into the dungeon and do the story and get to the new trial. And so, anyway. Mm. In here. Okay, excellent timing. Just a moment ago I received word from the Ironworks. They have completed their task and are on their way with the reinforced warding scales. Similarly, our alchemists have also succeeded in creating an artificial atomos. All is in readiness for our journey to the void. I have instructed our comrades to gather at the great work. Let us head there at once. Onward! Dude, it's gonna be such an ass pull if that thing at the end there was just Xenos again, just in different form. 'Cause I'm so tired of seeing him around. Okay, well, it wasn't the size of a grapefruit, but there you are. I present to you the fruits of the alchemist's labor, the artificial atomos. Though we've yet put it to the proof, its aether is practically identical to that of the original. Truly remarkable feat in so short a time. Look at its little jibbly jowls. Aye, our alchemists have outdone themselves yet again. Small wonder that they are the pride of Ratzatan. I would express my gratitude to Nidana, but it appears she isn't here. She rushed off after bringing the Atomos to attend to a pressing task, but she said that she would return ere we set forth. Which should be shortly after our friends from the Ironworks arrive with the warding scales. Someone say warding scales, because it just so happens we have them. Right on cue. Just good to see you all again. But for the President himself to attend, keen to bear witness to our little experiment, are you? You know I am. I was there at the Crystal Tower, lest you forget. I wouldn't miss this for the world. You don't mind if we come along and see you off, I hope. It's thanks to these three that we could finish the work so quickly. It was my painstakingly collected data that made the reinforcement possible. Scales will last a good 10 years in the void with nary a hint of degradation. He smiled. As the ones who did the actual reinforcing, we guarantee their quality as well, and keep you safe. Enough bragging, here are the scales. With these, we can search for my sister without fear of corruption. I know not how to repay you. Don't mention it. Midgard Zoma came to our rescue in the rift. It's the least we can do to help his children. Thank you. That was a lot of mouth flapping just to say thank you. Well, my friend, my only regret is that I won't be able to accompany you on this latest grand adventure. Wait! Idonna, is that the matter? Before you depart, Your Excellency, there is something we wish to present to you. Will you please come with me? It would not delay us without good cause. Very well. Forgive me, my friends, but I required a moment. Everybody just, do the nod. Oh, it's good to be back. Good to get back into content. Certainly taking his time. What a grand present to take so long to receive. The kind that'll help him in the void, I presume. In that God's forsaken place, he'll need all the help he can get. But you, of all people, ought to know that, eh? Motherfucker, you are hard to look at. Jesus.
My apologies for keeping you waiting.
Vritra, I presume.
He all grown up now.
Indeed, this vessel now serves as a host for my eye. I was aware that the alchemists were busy preparing something, but this...
We couldn't well send you on such a perilous mission unprepared, Your Excellency. We spared no effort in crafting the body, and I dare say you'll find it adept at wielding weapons and magics both. 'Twas our intent to present it to you sooner, but we could not bring ourselves to do so, knowing we could yet improve it further. Pray forgive us.
That's kind of a little unsettling that they can just, like, create a person, in essence.
There is not to forgive. I am grateful for this fine vessel, and shall put it to good use.
Like, that's actually pretty dangerous in the wrong hands, because you just
Again,
create an artificial army and...
whatever adds a hand in my
Oh, God, dude, I just...
The dangers we
can't.
have to face are great and many, and I fear I will be unable to give matters here due attention. And in opening the Void Gate, there is ever risk that Void Scent will find their way into our world.
Rest assured, we are more than prepared. Our soldiers have been training under Master Estinian. On my honor, we will not suffer a single fiend to pass.
It's like... It's like someone just got saran wrap and just, like, wrapped it over his face and just pulled really hard.
So, think only of your mission, Varshan. But seeing as this is a different body, perhaps we should use a different name.
Why would you do that? That seems ridiculous.
Nay, Vashan shall suffice. Though I may have thus grown up, I am as ever a little brother to you all.
As you say, as you say. Go then, Varshan. And best of luck.
You know, I think it's also that because his eyebrows, so to speak, don't line up with his eyebrow ridges.
I have something for you as well. While you were gone, Urianger paid us a visit. As you may recall, he joined us on our foray into Alzadar's legacy, in part to conduct research for the Loperids. Research they were delighted to receive, and which has already inspired them to consider new ways to improve their own treasure vault.
What are you giving me?
As a token of their gratitude, Livingway entrusted a familiar relic to Urianger. I, crystal which showed the way to Meteon. The Loporrits no longer have need of it, and thus saw fit to return it to us. Harboring the power of light, it could well aid us in our mission in the Void. And who better to bear Hydaelyn's gift than her chosen champion?
If there is nothing left to discuss, then let us depart. Our boat awaits us in Akyali.
We go. Okay, so I assume that this thing is going to eat that portal and become the new portal, and then we could fiddle around with it to make it however big we want.
I shall now lift the seal. In the name of Al-Zadar III, I cast open this door unto the void!
Oh, you don't have to be so forceful. Okay, now. Do the thing.
Go. Absorb the Void Gate.
Yep. Just as I thought. Just eat it, you little bastard. Oh, so that's how they get big.
It worked. We should have no trouble passing through a gate of that size.
What can we expect to find after stepping through?
On my previous foray, I emerged in a castle swarming with void scent. I was hopelessly outnumbered and forced to turn back. But together, I am confident we can hold our own. Upon our arrival, let us deal with any hostile entities and secure the area. The command of our mission, I leave in your capable hands. In the event of battle, I shall adapt my tactics to complement your own.
Should we require healing, I can provide it. 'Twould be a welcome change of pace from my recent havoc wreaking.
Take heart, my friends, and have faith. We will brave this broken world and rescue my sister Ajdaya.
Oh, wow. I didn't expect the dungeon to just be, like, there. Well then. Yeah, it's there. Okay. You fucker to their face. Jesus. Come on, duty finder. Do I have to threaten to go use the restroom or something else? I mean, I probably should. But I really want to get this done. Is it because I'm a machinist and nobody wants to party with a machinist? Oh, no, there we go. Alright. Into the dungeon we go. Well, sorry to the 3 people that I have to deal with. Damn it, missed one. Great. I don't know, I feel like this dungeon kind of almost encourages large pack pulls. Yeah, just because I'm being lazy. Last time. Hmm. Yep. Figured that was going to be the case. Well, Jimmy said char them black. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, but when are we gonna actually fight the actual boss? Damn it. Guess I'll just go Evil Dead and shotgun the hell out of everything. Wow, that's nice. It's very beautiful. Oh man, this place is probably really good for G-posing. feel like that might have been a bad idea to use up my anti-knockback. But we'll see. This is only the second boss. How about we don't? Ow. That's what I thought. Oh, I get it. Ow. Jerk ass. Uh, oh, nice. Yes, I believe that's where people have been posing with that chair. I'm going to have to explore this place later on. Mm-hmm. I'm probably not doing optimal DPS, but... One, two, three, four... Oh, damn it. Things are just dying before I can get the shot off. Oh man, really? Oh good. Oh, thank God the white mage's stunned there. Really don't want to move.
So the gate did open again, and delivered the most mouth-watering morsels.
Damn, she got fucking ganked. Holy shit.
I am Scarmelione, Archfiend of Earth and first of Golbez's Circle of Thorns.
Yep, gold bez confirmed.
Pleasure I will take in delivering you unto your graves.
Fighting fucking Charmeleon here. I already have those. Okay. Well. Damn it. Fuck that up. Oh, okay. I see.
My blade thirsts for blood.
Sorry, I'm just a little focused.
Protect me, my minion.
Burn. Burn them all. Dude, not gonna lie, just for the aesthetic of what's going on, this is actually kind of badass that I'm just fucking shotgunning everything. Hmm.
Stubborn mortal. Come, fill your lungs. I will not be defeated by you.
Come on, stay there, stay there. Yes! Nice. Yeah, bye-bye, Charmeleon. That wasn't too bad. Oh man, I didn't win it. What does it look like? Huh. That's... Oh, that's actually not too bad. It's pretty nice. Even though, yes, it's a caster cape and it's fucking curtains, but these are really cool-ass curtains.
This Scarmaleone, he knew the gate had opened.
Oops. Dealing with socials. Fine. Considering that I'm this far in and I've got about 3 hours to reset now, I'm not too worried.
And not for the first time. He and his brethren must keep watch over the portal.
As we do ours, but to unflinchingly consume our fellow Voidsent. Like men, perhaps they form factions and fight amongst themselves.
The question is, what will the minions do?
Your mistress is no more, and the one who consumed her we slew in turn. Do you still mean to try us?
I mean, like, does he really think they understand what he's saying?
I expect some Voidsent are more intelligent than others.
Yes, thank you.
Perhaps these ones simply do not understand our words.
Thank you for being the logical one here.
Even beasts ought to understand strength.
Yeah, shruggers, definitely, dude.
Much we do not know about Voidsent. If we are to survive their world, it would be wise to learn their ways. Sage advice, my friend. 'Tis reassuring to have one so...
Improvise, adapt, overcome. Dodge, dive, dip, duck, and dive. Was it something like that? If you can dodge a wrench, you can kill a Voidsent.
I am here, sister. Finally here. And I will find you. I swear it.
That's an interesting way putting a keynote. That's the name of the patch. Cool. Does that mean, yeah. I have... Oh, we can do this again. Yeah, let's run it again. Huh. Yes. Cry indeed. Yeah, but your armor is so cool. Can I just, like, eat you instead and just wear your armor? Well, I suppose more will be revealed once we continue the story. This place is really nice to look at. Well, the obvious eyesores aside. On duty roulette. Could use some tomes. Nice. There we go. I guess we're not gonna get that. Oh well. That's not so bad. Mm-hmm. 3, 4, 5. Like, for as shit as they've made machinists, that's still kind of hardcore, just busting out the shotgun and blasting these idiots in the face. Well, that's just how it is. Damn it. I'm not fast enough. Damn it, no, it's just itching. Okay, so it's gonna be 10 soon, so 3 hours. Come on, be a target. Damn it. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Going. Stupid mimics. All right. Yep, unfortunately I had to end that early because it'd be a waste if I didn't. God, imagine if they put that mechanic in Savage. Oh, what the hell? They gave me all the comments. Oh, what's up with that? Oh, man. Oh, 335. I still got... Wait, is that right? Is it actually only 10 o'clock? Doesn't seem right to me, but... apparently it's right. Well, okay then. Yeah, let's get the story on the way. Because I'm sure I can pick up more tomes from having to run the weekly raid, because I know I'm not going to get all my tokens right off the bat. I hope everyone's doing okay. Oh man. Hope you're all having a good evening. Hope you're not having to rush content like I am, because, you know, I'm just being lazy about it. Just didn't really feel like coming back to it. I think I kind of do a little bit better when I'm forced into it. So I think that might actually be counterproductive, but that's beside the point. It's just, the point is I'm here and I'm streaming, so we're just gonna go with it. Either now I would sense Astaya were she remotely near, but there is nothing. Might you not call to her, let her know that you have come. Alas, this vessel is not capable of calling across vast distances, for that I require my true form. And even were it possible, a dragon's call is born upon aether. It is liable to draw more void sent to us. I see. In any case, there's little exploration to be done while we are confined to this isolated isle. I propose we begin by learning what we can from the castle's occupants. Understanding of their ways may prove useful to our cause. Very well. Let's hope a few of them are capable of speech. Let all remain vigilant while we go about our inquiries. We reconvene afterwards. Just a little bit right from my eyes. That's not too bad. I don't want too washed out, and oh yeah, I'm getting tired of rocking the beard. I need to clean it up. And okay, so funny thing is, like, I'm wearing the hat because my hair is just like, yeah, I need to do something with it. But the thing is, my hair is thick enough to the point where, like, little, like, strands of it fall out because of the weight, and then those strands end up getting on me, and then I start having an allergic reaction. So yeah, I'm allergic to my own freaking hair. That sucks. Yes, grr indeed. I would grr grog. Creature snarls and glares at you. It's unlikely that you will learn anything from it. Well, it can't really talk, so yes, grog indeed. And then this dude. What enticing aether you have. Give me some. Give me some. How about no? Only I was stronger, I'd be able to eat you. Well, you're not, so up yours. Fine, fine, I'll find someone else to eat. Rah, 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 rah. While able to communicate, this one seems to think only of feeding. Better to take your inquiries elsewhere. And mambo, mambo, mambo. What a wonderful conversational partner you are. This one's over here doing the Macarena with his reverse spider butthole. Mistress's eyes are beauteous, sublime. To bask in her gaze is bliss. Well, yeah, now she's dead, yeah. Now she's gone. Never again will I feel her gaze. No mistress, no orders. What am I to do now? What am I to do now? I don't know. Go crazy? Creature muddles endlessly to itself, not sparing you so much as a glance. Well, I mean, you kind of do need to focus when you need to do the Macarena. This guy. I serve, I obey. Please don't eat me. Well, he should have thought of that before I got here. Dragon? What's that? Does it taste good? I don't know anything about it. Don't know about anything. The one we caught recently, they seem to know lots. We threw them in the dungeon, but clever ones are tasty. They might have been eaten already. Learn all you can from this void scent. If you look in the dungeon, you may be able to find the clever one it mentioned. Okay. But am I really supposed to go here? Well then, just wait for it. I have nothing to share. While those I approached had no will to fight, neither were they capable of holding a conversation worth the name. Bring that up. No. Come on, man. And Mike is being finicky. Fine, I'll just leave it there. My experience was much the same. Lower rung voids tend to have a lower intelligence, 'twould seem. Pity Scarmelion is dead. He was talkative, at least. What of you? Clever voidsent in the dungeon. That would be the area in which we emerged. Indeed. Let's take ourselves back there and find this voidsent, preferably before its fellows make a meal of it. To that dungeon, then. Hurry, before it... we already know what's gonna happen. Vacuity. Interesting thing to name. Oh. Is there something in here I could talk to? Can't survive without someone to give me ether. Where, oh where will I find a new master? Where indeed? Yeah. Rather peculiar architecture. Oh, hello there, doggo. Can I talk to this one? Nope. Doorkeeper, huh? Ray, we caught our weekend in the dungeon before being served up to the mistress. Tenderizing, she called it, and that's the way she used to like it. Well, okay then. Oh, there's a doggo we could talk to. Woof, grr. It do a woof. Come on, I want to go in. Let me in. Let me in. Is this the dungeon? Yeah, some these idiots. There's only one dungeon here. We call it the fourth. Mistress's orders. But the mistress is gone and her orders with her. Rats can infest this castle for all I care. Yes. No one comes and goes from this dungeon without permission. For you, though, I'll make an exception. Go on, go. Dude, looks like a beholder, just without the eye stalks. I'm sure there's... Pretty sure there's actually a beholder type of creature that doesn't have eye stalks. Food for the mistress's consumption is kept in these cells. With the mistress devoured, we're free to help ourselves. But the clever one is strong. Another warden went in to devour the clever one, but he hasn't come back out. Okay, but before I go there, can I? No? Is there anybody else? Come on. Gotta be somebody. Somebody with more information? Yes? No? Place is pretty trippy, being all warped out of alignment, perspective. Yeah, I knew there was somebody. I should be glad to show you to the hydromantic terraces if it please you. Oh, okay, well. Quick travel. Nice. Oh, that's trippy. It's like an active reflection. So that does tell me that they can do reflective surfaces. They just haven't put them in for housing. And I wonder why that is. Because if they can do this, then what's to really... What technical aspect is stopping them from creating actual mirrors in housing? There appears to be someone within. Could this be the clever void scent? I must like the feel of this. Stay on your guard. That's what I got the gun for.
friend.
Xenos? The disgraced prince you yourself laid low?
I see it now. The bottomless darkness. The insatiable hunger. The aura was present when we faced him in Garlemald. When Xenos died, its connection to the source was severed. It was forced to return to the void.
Xenos. Yes, that was his name. And you are the friend, are you not?
Put your weapons away.
Is that Heidelin's crystal?
But how? The light just now. Of course. And thus I am returned.
What do you mean, returned? Who are you?
I was once bound to the man named Xenos. His avatar, until you killed him.
Avatar, as in the Void-sent servants of Reapers. In the name of his hunt, Xenos took up that traditional Garlean art. And through it, he forged a covenant with a being of the Void to lend him strength.
Covenant? A curse, more like. He stole my power. There was no equity in the arrangement. My very essence was altered, twisted into a tool to serve his desires.
Your previous appearance. This is your true form, then?
Perhaps, perhaps not. What does it matter?
Indeed, it doesn't. Regardless of your form, you are a void sent by nature. So answer me this. Are you our enemy too?
In this world, only a fool would attempt to devour a stronger being. And though it was as an avatar, I lost to you once, I have no desire to lose again.
Good enough for me.
Now, you will answer me a question. Xenos called you friend. That's what you are? A friend?
Yep. Too bad. No, not his friend. He's a fucking psychopath. I don't care how much people want to stand him. No.
Then... what is it? What is a friend?
Yeah, big shruggers. I'm watching you, Wazowski. Always watching. Seems the clever one did go for my fellow warden after all. Knew it was a bad idea to go in the cell. As much as one might expect the unexpected, I doubt any of us could have foreseen this turn of events. She seems different from other Void Sent, at least those we've met. The change we witness, I suspect, is due to your crystal purging the excess darkness in her. Even so, she still harbors a great deal of darkness. Very keen to hear what she can tell us about herself and her world. I doubt you came to the dungeons by pure chance. What is it that you're after? We were looking for a void sent with whom we could converse, in the course of which we learned of you. We are visitors to this world, and know little and less of its workings and ways. We would be grateful if you could tell us about it, about yourself. So, it's information you seek. What do you offer for it? I beg your pardon? Void sent do not give unless we stand to gain. You desire something, you pay the price. That is the sole rule in this world you call the void. That makes sense. Pray forgive our ignorance. But what would be acceptable as payment? I suspect that such coin as we carry has no value here. We'd sent crave one thing alone, ether. In return for information, I offer you mine. Just not all of it, mind you. Still have need of my life. Very well. I will tell you no more than you can afford to pay. Then we have a bargain. If we're to talk about the void, let us do so outside. Come with me. This place is kind of fucked up, being all warped and shit. Okay, so that's the same thing. Nothing new. Nothing new. No.
This is where I belong. My home. This endless darkness you call the void.
Screenshot.
There was once light here, and it shone its warmth upon creation. The lands were green and the seas were blue. Life flourished. Before the war, the Contra Memoria.
It must have been a terrible war indeed.
It shattered the balance, causing darkness to engulf the world. All life was transformed into monstrosities, void sent. We are the natural order now.
As light begat sin eaters, darkness begat void sent.
The sun was driven from the sky as fleeting day yielded to endless night. In time, even land and sea lost their distinction. And though the spark of reason had died in us, driven by memory's shadow, We formed factions and carved out domains. This castle, for instance, its erstwhile lord must have abided in such a place once upon a time.
If I may, the darkness in you is too much for any man to harbor. To my eyes, you are indeed a void scent. Yet your knowledge of the past and your demeanor mark you apart from your brethren. You are different. That much is plain. But in what way, I am unsure.
As you say, I am void sent, but only in part. The darkness touched my mother when the war had only just begun, when I was still in the womb. As a child, I looked like any other, but darkness coursed through me, and I ceased to age when I'd become a woman grown. But that was then. And now, I may as well be one in full. I prey on the weak and serve the strong. I live to survive. Nothing more.
Kind of fucked up.
Forgive me. 'Twas not my intent to pry.
What do you mean, not your intent to pry? You literally just told her a few seconds ago that you wanted to get information out of her. So what the hell are you talking about, Ishtola?
I realize, too, that I have neglected to ask your name.
As we say mortal, you may call me void sent.
That is liable to cause confusion. If you are not averse, we would address you by your true name.
And call me what you will. I care not.
Oh, do we get to name her? Did we get to name her? I know she has a name, but is it that we get to name? Oh, damn it, it's gonna be Ishtola, isn't it?
How about Zero?
Meaning nothing. A name as fitting as any.
No, not nothing, but rather a beginning. For it remains to be seen what you will become to us.
As I said, I care not. Zero, then. A name is a string of sounds. Its meaning has no bearing on my nature.
Well, Zero, while there is no end to the questions we could ask, it is only fair that we tell you our purpose in coming here. We are searching for a dragon. One who came to your world long ago.
A dragon?
Yes. Ashdaya is her name.
Dude,
She is my sister.
the thing, it's
Do
literally,
you have any knowledge of her?
you're just spilling the beans. They're just watching. Seriously. It was literally right there. Oh my god.
Did you say something? No.
Why? Why would he have said so? Where is the logic?
I thought I heard a voice as well. The keening of void scent, perhaps.
Yes, you're being watched. That much should be obvious. I must say, we are rather exposed here. Perhaps we should continue conversation within the castle. Yeah, it might be a good idea. The throne room is defensible, given its few points of ingress. Let us head back there. Moving wasn't part of the bargain. I'll comply, but I expect my payment promptly. You shall have it as soon as we've arrived. Is she gonna just like... Is she gonna jump on Ustola and bite her or something? Or like... freaking... I don't know. Something. Is it about to get weird? I still got the trial to unlock, which, you know, I have to get through the story. And then I gotta do, yeah, it's coming up on close to having only 2 hours left to do, because I still have to do the raids for the weekly, and then I still have to do the weekly Unreal, and then Cap Tomes. Oh, it's feeling like it's gonna be a race against the clock. Will I have the time? I don't know. Oh, looks like it's a fight. I will see to the payment, and then we ask Zero what she knows about Ashtaya. Hey, yeah. Several cutscenes, yep. Edition, participate, yep. Yep. Let's go.
This place is as good as any. Let me have the ether now.
Oh yeah, sure, just pull it out of my pocket.
You're mine.
Yeah, you ain't dead, fool.
That I should miss my mark.
That fiend again? But we struck it down, watched it die.
Fools. Death doesn't exist in this world. And I am free to return whensoever I please.
Death doesn't exist.
Yeah, did you kind of...
Of course, in the first, the power of light, of passivity, prevents life from emerging in the empty. But in the 13th, the power of darkness, of activity, prevents life from finding rest, even should soul be separated from flesh.
Yeah, you just realized that?
Unless one's essence is absorbed by another, it is possible to return again and again.
Your ether. It is reminiscent of that creature's. My mouth waters at the memory.
What?
I must devour you too. Yes, I must. Ye drifting souls, by my power be reborn!
If it's another death they want, I say we give it to them.
You're just gonna kill... What did you not hear just now?
If you could lend us a hand, we'd be much obliged.
That you would. But you already owe me a debt, and until you make good on it, I won't lift a finger. We'll speak after you've won. But know that if you lose, I'll help myself to your ether.
That a bothersome duty should deliver to me this lavish feast.
will make you that much richer and tastier.
All right.
Every soul in this domain serves me now. Come, feast upon their flesh.
The castle answers his call. We'd do well to break up this feast quickly.
Then let's see these guests on their way.
Yeah, they're gonna die, and they're just gonna. They're just gonna keep coming back. Yep.
He hastens their regeneration.
We are deathless. You cannot defeat that which cannot die. Struggle and slaughter all.
Yeah.
This bodes ill. Our foe has too great an advantage. We need to drag him out of this damnable feast. Quickly, stand together!
There's no end in sight. A retreat may be in order.
Why? Why would I run? Why? What? No! Don't make me run! I don't want to run!
When will you learn? No matter what you do, you cannot hope to win.
Why don't we just eat him instead?
You never know until you try, and I'm always happy to experiment.
Zero! Is there no way to stop them from coming back?
There is, but I have no reason to share it with you.
You know, Zero, you do owe us for one thing. Your name. You'll have your promised ether, but we are owed compensation for your name.
A name for which I did not ask. But that I nevertheless did accept.
crystallized.
Well now, that's quite the trick.
Satisfied?
Completely.
Come, my friends. With Zero's aid, we can defeat him.
What is this? What have you done?
Now that I think on it, you owe me a debt as well. You may have missed your mark, but I won't miss mine.
All right then.
However incurred, a debt is a debt. I will repay it here and now.
She can turn void scent into crystal.
What is this power?
You will tremble before my truth, Drake!
Attend to the minions first. Be gone! That's far enough. Got you!
Trickery will not pay.
Reinforcements!
This will hurt.
Impressive.
I deserve that.
Pathetic. Useless. Enough. Enough.
We cannot win without Zero. We must help her.
There we go. And he's down. Alright now.
Fools! Do not think you have defeated me. I will return again and again. What? My flesh? Why won't it heal? What is the meaning of this? To seal ether in crystal. Memoria. But how? How can you have this power? Death has no place in this world. We are beyond it. And yet... Ah, Lord Golbez, you have sent me to my doom. Curse you and your wretched flattery, and this abominable fate.
Yep. One down. Ready to go. Oh boy, it's flashback time.
You are welcome, seekers of might. I, Golbez, have called you hither. I, who would see us triumph in the coming crusade. That I may entrust you with command of our armies.
Yes, but what of the bruised gift? In exchange for our loyalty, we are to feast on the finest ether.
And so you shall, for if you are to serve me, you must be strong.
Then honor the pact and pray we are not disappointed.
Very well. Behold.
The fiery wings, the savage horns. It pulses with life. Such vibrant ether. This magnificent creature could only come from beyond the veil.
Indeed. Feast, my friends. Feast and arise as my 4 arch-fiends. As they are now, they can consume but a fraction of the dragon's ether. Just as well, the creature may yet serve other ends.
Are you all right?
The Void Scent's essence remains, but it has been sealed away, transformed into crystal.
Memoria. Scarmilione called them. I take it they are connected to the war of which you spoke.
Aye. Their use was central to the Contra Memoria, hence its name. And to my knowledge, the transformation is permanent.
I see. We thank you for coming to our aid.
I repaid a debt, and in doing so ensured that I received my own due compensation, which I shall have now.
Yes, yes. I still have work to do, so I would thank you not to get carried away.
Alright, let's do this again.
Ether is the coin of choice. I appreciate the simplicity.
That makes us even, I trust. Right then. When you picked up the crystal, you experienced a vision, did you not?
Yep. Explaining it to them like...
A dragon resembling a great worm. I dare to hope that it was Ashdaya.
Jeez, what am I, a freaking Bane here?
Even as it pains me to think she's been made to suffer.
Oh yes, in the past I saw a dragon, yes.
For the ambitions of this Golbez.
We've been given much to consider. Let us take a moment to review what we know.
In light of our recent experiences, expect we all have questions. Trust Zero can answer some few of them. We should still be owed that much at least, I dare say. You've come to the 13th before, yes. You fought Voidsent here. Clearly you didn't know they could regenerate, else you would have shared that detail beforehand. Yeah, kind of in a rush, didn't have time to wait around and see. I mean, that's kind of logical. We had to rescue Nero and the 2 Allegan clones. From what I know of the foray, I can hardly blame you. Perhaps they returned after you left, but if they didn't, there must be a reason why. There are circumstances in which we're unable to return. If you like, I can tell you about this. Please do. The more you devour, the more powerful you grow. But in the process, your essence is blended with those of your prey. If you were to lose your flesh, the souls you had come to harbor may break free and coalesce into distinct Voidsent once more. And before you yourself return, your own soul might be devoured by your enemies or your erstwhile prey. Fate more likely for stronger beings who require more time to regenerate. However, even assuming you survive the process, it's highly uncommon to return as you were. Yet, despite his greater strength, Scarmiglione managed to resurrect rather swiftly. Are there others capable of the same? Not that I'm aware of. His attachment to his flesh must have been unique for him to develop such an ability. I believe we understand the fundamentals of rebirth now. If I may, I would ask about your power. You tell us about it. What you saw should speak for itself. I can bind the ether of the soul in crystal. Many wielded this power during Contra Memoria, but I'm the only one left. I'm told that the heroes of the 13th once sealed gods in stones called Auracite. Are they and Memoria one and the same? Auracite. I do not know this word. The world is vast. Perhaps Memoria had different names elsewhere, but it does sound quite similar. How does one come to wield Memoria? And what happened to your peers? I've never thought about that. I do know, though, that Voidsent can't use the power. I assume I can because I'm mortal in part. I see. That's a lot of mouth flapping just to say I see. Zero, I wish to ask you about the man called Golbez. He may very well have my sister in his clutches. Is there aught you can tell us of him? The name sounds vaguely familiar, though I can't say how I know it. If he is powerful, however, someone in the castle may have heard of him. Then we must try talking to the other Voidsent again. Let us return to the Asturias. His echo will help facilitate communication. More importantly, he should be able to maintain his composure better than a concerned sibling. That I cannot deny. Forgive me, but would you not ask about Golbez in my stead? On the terraces to begin with, perhaps. Thank you. We shall remain here and discuss what other avenues we might pursue in the meantime. I like the music. Oh, it's you again. So the clever one hadn't been eaten. If no one wants it, then perhaps... Golbez, of course I know of him. Only a fool without ears wouldn't. His archfiend lead armies to ravage and conquer. They devour those they deem useless, those who can't fight. If you don't want to be eaten, then you'd better flee. Though soon there will be nowhere to run. These archfiends keep only those who are fit for battle. Others must be escaped or be consumed. Hey, Macarena. The one who devoured her dies. Perhaps the mistress will return. Then I may bask in her gaze once again. Golbez, you say? My mistress spoke of him. He commands the archfiends. They are very powerful and have conquered many domains. A mistress bade us defend the castle from them. Yes, she did. Seems the archfiends have been attacking other domains. Their fearsome reputation precedes them. Ugh, the tasty one returns to tempt me. I mustn't eat you. I mustn't eat you. Golbez, I know of him from those I've eaten. He has minions, and those minions have minions. No one ever sees him. His army of minions, Golbez would seldom have need to act personally. It would not be easy to reach him. It's like even the foliage kind of crystallized or something. It's crazy. Welcome back. Were you able to learn all the value? He's out there beating people up and shit, and they're afraid of him. So countless voids sent answer to the archfiends, who in turn answered to Goldbears, as your vision did suggest. Garmiglione's aggression is also consistent with the claims that the archfiends conquer other domains. Question is, how do we reach Golbez if he surrounds himself with armies of minions? We could target his other archfiends, perhaps those who have fled his service. Either may yield useful information. That said, we can't do much while we're stuck on this isle. Zito, I would ask a favor of you. I am determined to save my sister Azaya. If there is even a faint possibility that Golbez has her, then I must find him. To that end, I want you to lend us your strength and knowledge. Will you accompany us on our quest? Got in the way of my world already. If you want help, I'll offer payment. None here will aid you out of the kindness of their hearts. Any who claim otherwise are liars and betrayers. Or is this less a request and more a threat? If I refuse, will you force me to serve? Surely you must desire something, and name it. I have no purpose. Why would I desire anything? That's why I didn't bother to resist when the ones here fell upon me. What matters in a world that's already dead? That logic, you've no reason to refuse our requests. The payment need but be to your satisfaction, correct? Did I not already say as much from the start? Very well, Zero. I propose you travel with us, and whenever you perform a deed that requires payment, we will provide it in ether. That's all you had to say. Everything else was superfluous. Fair point. Where to now? Either a place the archfiends may strike next, or refugees and deserters may seek sanctuary. Who do we get to choose? I know the latter. I'll take you there. I assume you also know how we can get off this isle. I was brought here on a march. We can leave the same way. Now that you mention it, I did notice some flying creatures near the terraces. Given our numbers, we'll need a rather large one, but regardless of size, all can be won over with ether. Excellent. Let us go and find our mount at once. Not good. Lord Golbez must hear of this. Yeah, you little bastard. No. Up. Yeah, my time is starting to run out, so kinda need to start getting to it. Because I have weekly stuff that needs to be done. Oh, come on. Should be able to find him out here. With the castle in disarray, the creatures will be hungry. Just a little aether should suffice. Are you ready? Yep, let's go! Let's go.
There it is. Good. It agrees to serve. Get on.
Yo, new mount when?
What is this place?
My domain. In the beginning, it was a sanctuary for me alone. But over time, others began to gather here. Those who had nowhere else to go.
A settlement of pariahs?
What's that? Mortals! They're mortals! What's enticing ether? Let me have some, let me have some! Not fair. I don't want to.
You are under my protection here and will not be harmed. I give you my word. Follow me.
My abode. The others won't come near, so you may be at ease. Though they know their place. If tantalizing aether were to walk by, I can't guarantee they wouldn't pounce. It is a void sense nature to consume their sole purpose. Even if the pursuit of ether may lead to their undoing, many succumb to instinct. But any who succumb here will have to answer to me. This is my domain's one and only rule, and it is absolute. That yourselves duly warned. You wish to go among the Void Sent here, that is your choice to make. All have fled from one master or another. But whether any of those masters in turn serve Golbez, I do not know. You must ask them yourselves. Most have traveled to your world, so it shouldn't be difficult to communicate. We shall go about making inquiries at once. Thank you for your counsel. Once we've learned all begun, let us reconvene at yonder plaza. You're going too, of course. In which case I shall accompany you. I wish only to observe. Do not expect me to help. Then it's settled. I'm ready when you are. Ready? Then lead the way. I leave it to you to decide with whom you speak. All this my abode, but I spend hardly any time here. I return only for meditation. While physical wounds can be healed by replenishing one's aether, you can't preserve your form if you lose sight of yourself. Such is the risk inherent in consuming another's soul. It dilutes your sense of self, alters you inside and out. To guard against this, I meditate, visualize who I am in a place all my own. To walk around with her like that, you're her minion then. You know I don't take minions. He has some questions and I want you to answer them. Golbez, I don't know that one, only Skaha. When she led us beyond the veil, I grew scared and fled. Been here since. I don't know anyone else, nor do I wish to. That's all I can tell you. Gahach was a powerful void sent who ruled over a vast domain. That was a long time ago, though, so I doubt she has any connection to Golbez. Whose likeness is this, you ask? The hero who will save the world, waiting for the day he comes. Or was it a she? I can't remember the details. I don't know how long I've been waiting, or why I even wait. Could you be the hero, perhaps? No, I don't think so. Something tells me I'll know when I meet him, or her. I'll just have to keep waiting. This is the heart of my domain. Normally it's deserted, but you and yours have drawn everyone out. I don't recall this statue, though. However it came to be here, I certainly didn't wish for it. Oh, stay away from me. I don't want to be eaten. Stay away. Golbez, I've heard the name before. Ah, I remember. Always speaking of a great crusade. I don't know what that is, but it sounds delicious. Crusade, you say? From who did you hear this? Farfarello. He was a minion of another minion. Went on and on about the terrible things he saw. I see. Perhaps Farfarello can tell us more. You're one of the mortals, is it true? When you die over there, you really die. So it is, so it is. What brings you here, then? Ah yes, Corbez. He seeks strong minions to grow his army, so I hear. But recently he stopped doing that. Instead, he devours all. Perhaps he's gathered enough fodder and is now intent on bolstering his own strength. A sure sign that he is about to make a move. Satisfied with what you learned? But let's step away before you become too tempting to resist. Seems the rumors of Golbez reach even my remote domain. Fair to assume he's gathering strength for his crusade, whatever that may be. I must say, I wouldn't have guessed that Farfarello once fought in Golbez's army. Miracle he survived serving an archfiend. I suppose I should explain. Farfarello is the weakest among us. Constantly in fear of being devoured, he seldom consorts with others. The only one he's comfortable with is Siriato. He's a fellow coward who runs the instant he senses a threat and won't stop until he's exhausted. When their hunger grows too intense, they feed on each other's ether. Such is their relationship. But I ramble. You intend to seek out Farfarello, I presume? Then I'll come with you. He's less likely to hide that way. Perfect Nugan. Meanwhile...
Not only did the mortals conquer Troy, they defeated Scarmalione. I struggle to believe it.
Yep, we beat up Charmeleon.
They're very small, my lords. They were aided by one of our world, who transformed Scarmalione into crystal. Crystal? This one speaks of Memoria. Now there's something I've not heard for an age. It'll bring a pang of nostalgia to my breast and a tear to my eye. If the very notion wasn't absurd! The gifted are gone, drowned in darkness, as were we all.
And yet Scarmalione still does not answer. Were he alive, he would have returned by now. Weakest though he was, his ability to regenerate was without peer. If this account is true, if a Memoriat has survived, they cannot be suffered to live.
Leave this matter to me, Lord Golbez. I, Barbaricia, shall strike down any who pose a threat to our plans.
'Tis true, you are a proven commander, well suited to leading an assault.
And when I have succeeded, I would beg a boon of you.
What do you desire?
The dragon's ether. All that remains.
The insolence! Know your place!
With respect, my locks are free as the wind, without incentive to sway them. I know not whither they will blow.
Boldly spoken. I trust you will not disappoint me.
Upon this flowing hair and my immortal soul, I will not fail.
Then go and impress upon these interlopers the futility of defiance.
My lord.
Buffarello, keys to the printers of my domain. This way. Void sent here don't answer to a master. They can do as they please. All must answer to the hunger and seek out prey when they need aether. Except Farfarello and Siriato, that is. They are content to take from one another, barring an incident they dare not venture out. When he takes flight, Siriato will not seek shelter until he is utterly spent. Farfarello, on the other hand, prefers to hide in the same place. Come. It was in order to strike down the cloud of darkness that my sister crossed over into the void. What befell her after she vanished into the gate? How did she become Golbez's captive? These things and more I hope to learn. Oh, whatever will I do now? Siriato, this is rather unexpected. Where is Farfarello? Farfarello isn't here anymore. Yes, he's left. Yes, that's right. Left? That doesn't sound like him at all. Well, he's gone, all right. What more do you want me to say? And off he flees, as he is wont to do. But something about this doesn't sit well with me. What do you make of Siriato's behavior? I doubt it. Had he been threatened, we wouldn't have found him in one place. No, he would run in circles until he could run no more. That's his nature. As he says, Farfarello is gone, but that is quite unusual. As is the fact that Siriato, who was clearly frightened by something, chose not to flee, but instead hid here, where Farfarello usually... No. We must go to Siriato now. So hungry I might die, but I can't. Not while someone's near. You're not devouring my aether, you hear me? You're not devouring my aether. Siriato, we need to talk. There's no time. The wind rises. We must flee. The wind rises? What is he talking about? After him. Yep. As much as I want to, I only have an hour and a half. What's gotten into you? What do you mean, the wind rises? When the wind rises, she comes. Barbaricia. Barbaricia? Who in the world is that? We must flee, all of us. There's no time. Don't sense anything, but he seems convinced. The dead end beyond will corner him. Nowhere to go. And that's probably the battleground there. We're doomed. There's nowhere to run. What are you running from? I already told you, Barbaricia, the Archfiend of Wind. Archfiend, you say? We will be devoured or forced to serve, to fight in the crusade, but it makes no difference. In the end, all are eaten by her or her enemies. I didn't want to fight anymore. That's why I fled and came here. I see. Explains everything. Almost. Thought it was Farfarello who used to step an archfiend, not you. Not you, who always ran at the first sign of trouble. You, who now speak as though you were Barbaricha's minion. There's only one explanation. Indeed, that would account for his uncharacteristic behavior. So, is that the way of it? Did you devour Farfarello? Not just a portion of his ether, but his entire being? How did you know? It wasn't only your behavior that felt strange. You felt strange, as if there was more than you present. Now, I don't believe you would have lost control. More likely it was at Farfarello's behest. Can't hide anything from you. I admit it. Farfarello didn't leave. I ate him. He feared Barbaricha more than anything, hated the endless fighting, so he begged me to devour him, that he would never have to fight again. Rather than an eternity of fighting, he chose a moment of pain. For all the good it did, I can still hear his voice in my head. He's frightened, so very frightened. When you're eaten, your essence is blended with that of your devourer, and though you have no control, your consciousness in part endures. Were this a world where the wheel of life and death still turned, the soul wouldn't linger so stubbornly. In time, it would return to the great flow. But there's no such end here, no escape. All know this. In making his choice, Farfarello must have been desperate indeed. Now that desperation has joined with Siriato's fear, driving him to act erratically. This place will become a battlefield. We don't want to be eaten, neither me nor Farfarello, but there's nowhere to go, nowhere. And tell me about Barbaricha. I would know who it is we face. It's too late. She's as good as here, and no one can escape her winds. No one.
Avaricia! She has come!
And she's brought her domain with her. The Archfiend's after you and yours, I shouldn't doubt. Perhaps you should go and find them. But be warned, whatever this is about, do not expect us to get involved.
I can't bear it! Eating and being eaten! I only want to be left in peace!
You and me both.
One of the Archfiend's approaches.
They must have been tracking our movements.
She's here.
Excellent. You've saved me the trouble of traveling to Troya.
So you're Barbaricia.
Mind your manners, mortal. My name is not to be spoken save in reverence and fear. What is this pitiful domain? Pitiful wretches all. I will put you out of your misery. Alas, poor Scarmiglione, and good riddance. Felled by outsiders in pursuit of what? Pray tell?
A dragon. One who crossed to this world thousands of years ago. Know you aught of it?
A dragon, you say? Huh. My Lord Golbez is more clever than I realized. To let the prize live, that it might lure more prey to us. Very well. In gratitude and service, I shall devour every last mote of their souls.
Where is she? Where is Ashdaya?
Huh. You even share its scent. How curious. And irresistible.
Ah, man, this is... Ah.
If you think us easy prey, you're wrong.
Unlike Scarmiglione, I need not skulk in shadow to claim what is mine. If you would know about the dragon you seek, then enter into my domain. You may flee instead if you wish, if the fate of the sorry lot here is of no concern to you. One way or another, I will have satisfaction.
What's the plan then?
And what the hell else am I supposed to do?
Indeed. Yet she will have the upper hand in her domain. We must be no less than fully prepared.
We find her and get our answers. Will you be joining us, Zero?
You may be easily goaded into accepting her challenge, but my curiosity is not so insatiable as to cloud my judgment. Nevertheless, if you are desperate for my aid, you know my price.
I shall pay it. So long as you leave me strength enough to see my sister home, you may take as much as you wish. And lest you forget, mine is no ordinary ether. Babaricia too recognized its potency.
Very well. We have a bargain.
Less time we give the enemy to prepare, the better. If everyone is ready, then let us set forth. Indeed, and yet my heart weighs heavy for those Barbaricia struck down. Were it not for us, she would not have come here. Should you require a moment, Zero? What? Barbaricia took what she could. She was wise to strike quickly, as we would be. Agreed. This is no time for sentiment. Only the battle matters now. Yeah, I gotta. As for as much as I want to get it done, it's just I have barely an hour. I need to get this done. Made a breakthrough. After uncomfortable days and nights, I finally hearkened to the crystal's whispers, and I must say... Yes? Professor Claudian, where are your manners? While I understand all too well your enthusiasm, I must remind you that even the most academically inclined prefer a composer accounting evidence. Ah, yes, of course, my apologies. Being consumed by my research for so long, I'm afraid I've quite forgotten how to engage in civilized conversation. In that case, perhaps we should start from the beginning, where the crystals set adrift upon ethereal tides, containing the memories of a party yet unknown. They cried out for deliverance from pandemonium, where the ancients kept the volatile creations under lock and key. You yourself witnessed the power of devouring the facility from within, and the advent of divine monstrosity wrought of mythic beast and powerful mage. Fortunately, your martial prowess and the combined magical talents of your companions Themis and Mecthonios was sufficient to restore order to the circles of Asphodelos, but the greater threat remains. In the depths of pandemonium, presence yet stirs, its intentions and identity shrouded in mystery. That is the issue at hand, is it not? Well, pretty much, bruh. Since you returned to us, we worked tirelessly to discern the nature of the crystal. In the process, I detected an anomalous etheric signature, which I believe arose from the memories stored within. Analysis of this pattern suggested a feeling of loss, a yearning, specifically the yearning to be made whole. And indeed, ambient readings have revealed a faint but identical signature. This can only mean that another such crystal exists in our time. So, my friend, I must depart to search for it forthwith. By tracing the matching etheric signature to its source, I believe it will be a simple matter to find our crystal's twin. Professor, will this expedition be carried out only by us? And will he grace us with his protection? I'm afraid he has more pressing matters to attend to, my dear Rusnell. Namely, to seek out the secrets which lie nestled within Pandemonium, where all this began. From all that we have heard, it appears that time traversal from Crystal Tower is not fluid. That is to say, one can but travel in predetermined intervals. It would be prudent to check in on occasion in case there are any unanticipated changes. As for you, my loyal assistants, I would ask you remain here and continue cataloging the ancient creations. You can't mean you intend to search for the crystal on your own? Why yes, that would be the most efficient use of resources, would it not? In fact, I have already commissioned a ship and pilot for that very purpose. I trust you to take good care of the laboratory in my absence. Bye-bye. I apologize for that somewhat abrupt departure. Progress is in sight. Professor Claudian tends to become a blind to all else. Indeed, he has been worse than usual. While I cannot fault him for his excitement, I do wish he would spare a thought for those around him. For reasons unknown, the crystal seems loath to be overheard. Much as it spoke only to you last time, none but the professor has been able to capture its ethereal yearning, which has served only to convince him that he can solve this puzzle on his own. Surely, after some time alone, he'll come to remember how valuable we are. Search for this crystal seems a simple enough matter. Let him have his adventure, and upon his return, I'm certain he'll be back to his usual self. As for you, it may be best to return to Pandemonium, as Professor Claudian suggested. Speaking of which, I did have a request of my own to make. Traveling to Pandemonium requires you to pass the Relipus, correct? There is something I would have you investigate in my state. While those creations confined within Pandemonium are considered to be failures, I doubt that's the whole story. Barring exceptional cases, they must have been under observation in Elpis before being consigned to their shackles, and if we know anything about the ancients, it's that they would have kept thorough records of the results. Ah, brilliant. Delving into these records may shed light on creatures he has yet to encounter, if your theory proves correct, that is. Well, there are no guarantees. It certainly beats his current strategy of rushing forward blindly with only his strength to carry the day. For your own sake as well as ours, please unearth what information you can. Libel. One hour. No, that's not where I need to. Oh, I gotta rush. Oh man. The absurdity of it all. Ah, somebody's fishing. Good old Themis. Seek records of Pandemonium's creations. Martha Themis has just finished perusing the very site. Should not be surprised that we both arrived at the same conclusion. Luckily, I've saved you the trouble and gleaned what information I could. That's how you know each other. I was dreading having to once again scour the archives, but perhaps instead I'll rest for a spell. If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. As should we, for I have undone the warding sigil blocking the entrance to Abyssos. Came here merely to chase an idle suspicion while awaiting your return. Fortunately, while Pandemonium's protective wards continue to be assailed by our unknown foe, there have been no fluctuations so great as to make me doubt Ecthonios' capacity to keep watch over Asphodelos while I'm away. He works diligently to master interment, that he might deliver the creations back to their cages by his own hand. I thought it best to give him time to hone his craft. And since fate has brought us both here, I would ask you to accompany me while I tend to another matter, more idle suspicions that I would like to chase down. Rest assured, it shall not take long. I simply have a few questions to ask an acquaintance of mine. Come, he has agreed to meet us near the Neus to Pandemonium. Neus. But where is the Neus? Oh man. It would be faster if I just did that. Oh man. So I've pondered an expedition into Pandemonium. Could not help but be mystified by how strongly the waters we encountered felt for La Habrea, whether it be for good or ill. The sparrows and Ecthonios were two sides of that same coin. The former looked to his mentor with absolute devotion, while the latter looks to his father with bold hatred. I could not expect a familiar such as you to understand this, but such extreme emotions toward a single individual are quite rare indeed. Naturally, I feel gratitude toward my mother and father, yet we are all equals in the larger picture of the star. This view is not unique to myself. It is more or less the accepted way as the way of things. By contrast, the researchers of Pandemonium seem to view La Habrea with a feeling approaching obsession. Whether driven by love or hate, they have all been drawn to him. There are many other aspects of the facility's particulars I found troubling besides. I decided the best course of action would be to go straight to the source and pose my question to a member of the Words of La Habrea. My apologies to have kept you waiting, Master Themis. I understand you are conducting an investigation of Pandemonium and wish to know of its origins. Indeed, in particular, I wish to know why exactly Pandemonium was built directly under Albus. The facility is overseen by the Words of La Habrea, after all. Why keep it so close to Albus, whose governing body has no say in its day-to-day operations? First I thought it to be simply a matter of convenience. Those creations which were deemed failures by the researchers of Elpis could easily be ushered into their new homes. Imagine my surprise when a trip to the archives revealed that many of the creations were sent from organizations beyond Elpis, including from the Words of La Habrea themselves. Given this albeit limited information, cannot but feel that the Academia Nida would have been a more fitting locale. What does Elpis have that cannot be found there? Self-eating questions, and one we have asked ourselves many times in recent years. Alas, the nature of Pandemonium's construction does not lend itself to relocation. When first it was built, circumstances were as they are now. As you surmise, the majority of creations kept within Pandemonium was sent from Elpis. Yet as the years pass, interests change. Failures in creations deemed too flawed even to submit to Elpis paradoxically drew the attention of Pandemonium's researchers. That is quite the change. In fact, it almost runs counter to the facility's original purpose. Who is it that decides which creations will be the subject of research? Master La Habrea. Such authority is reserved for the chief keyword, and he has taken it upon himself to step into that role. So, if Pandemonium's resources were being misused, it would be under La Habrea's authority, correct? But the accusations... I know not what you're suggesting, but the keywords also hold some sway within the facility. Not even Master La Habrea would be free from their scrutiny. They are duty-bound to report any irregularities as soon as possible. Although I admit, as of late, their communication has been somewhat sporadic, but we recently received a report from one of the keywords stating that all is well within Pandemonium's halls. Really? And you are certain that the keyword sent it? Yes, of course. Our communications suffered a temporary obstruction, but I can assure you that the words did their due diligence in confirming the identity of the sender. Thank you. This information will be helpful to my investigation. That will be all for my prying. Then I shall take my leave. While you are yet permitted to conduct your investigation freely, I must remind you that the warder's work is delicate, and it would be remiss to disturb them for much longer than is necessary. Necessary. All is well. A blatant lie, and to that we can both attest. One of the remaining keywords is most certainly in league with the party behind this. Let us hurry. I know not why our adversary sent that report, but it is plain that we must return to Pandemonium with haste. With haste. Utmost post-haste. Indubitably, we shall get there. Cannot guess as to why this false report has arisen now, but it certainly bodes ill, as does the knowledge that our mysterious mastermind has at least one more keyword to the puppet. Regardless, they have tipped their hand, and it would be remiss to leave Ecthonius at the mercy of their machinations. Let us hope no harm has befallen him. In we go. No, that ain't it, bruh. Traced these sigils countless times, yet still I lack the strength to maintain the spell. And now time works against me. I can no longer be victim to my own ineptitude. What? Who goes there? There is something to be admired in such a single-minded effort, even if your methods leave much to be desired. You allowed this familiar to catch you unawares. Have you set your sights so high as to forget you walk upon the earth? I know this creature, familiar the Phoenix. That monster is locked away. That is, in spite of the trouble I went in fleeing it, I might add. Begrudge me for addressing you, this ill-fitting form if you must, but with control of Asphodelos wrested from my grasp, 'tis simply the best I can offer you. Hide if you will, but mark my words, I will find you and make you pay for the chaos you've sown. Now, there is no need for such hostility. Calm heart stays the course, the wisdom of La Habrea, your father. How would you know what wisdom he speaks? I have heard those words many times, the scolding of a tutor whose students struggle to grasp the most rudimentary lessons, seething with disgust. No. Not told that to anyone, not even keyword Hesperus. That can only mean one thing. That you still insist on mocking me. Stop this farce, La Habrea. At last, you moved to keep up. Pity that you remain behind nevertheless. Oh, what he do? What? As ever you are. Always you fail to learn, fail to understand, fail to act. And though fate deigned to offer an escape, you remain here. You are bereft of magical prowess and common sense both. But you need not despair. Dull though you may be, you are yet indispensable to Pandemonium's great experiment. Ugh, there's the affection I remember. Tell me, did I ever once measure up to your expectations? You shall. Take pride in that and rejoice to see your wish fulfilled. What? What wish? Come, and all shall be revealed. All this rage, this hatred, is but a consequence of ignorance. Our desires align more than you know. What are you? Oh boy. What he do? What he do? Uninvited guests join our reunion. It seems fortune no longer favors you. Pew pew time. Shoot it in the eye. Do you think I have any interest in listening to your prattle, let alone bowing to your will? I'm no longer a child. My fate lies with those who have earned it. So these are the heroes who brought Hesperus low, even as power divine flowed through his veins. 'Tis plain there are worthier subjects to contend with. Come on, let me shoot it. Like, all of that could have just been avoided if I just, like, shot it in the face. Thank you. If you had shown up even a moment later, I shudder to think what would have become of me. Something I must tell you. I know who's behind this. There is but one person who can hold thrall over familiar, creation, and keyword alike. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh boy, here we go. Almost time. Almost time. And so, there can be but one conclusion. La Habrea was the driving force behind this chaos from the start. There is logic to that. There are few with the wherewithal to even consider experimentation on such a scale, let alone the capacity to create demigods from man and beast, with the rest of us none the wiser. Considering the magnitude of his work with the convocation and the words, his relatively minor role as chief keyword comes under little scrutiny, even as it provides him the authority to wield dangerous magics. It may serve as veil mantle both. Still, I find the notion hard to accept. The misdeeds perpetrated here could not have been done by the La Habrea I know. You have met him, yes? Do you think he is capable of this? Kid, he is an absolute fucking douche nozzle. So I'm not sure how to say that in Elpis. Yep. Is he? So you believe La Habrea to be a man of few scruples if it brings his goals closer in reach? That alone should be enough, but let me assure you, La Habrea holds nothing so dear as his own ambition. Well, he may not be one to let emotions stand in the way of his mission. I cannot believe there are no depths to which he would not stoop. Although we met but briefly, the impression he left on me stands in stark contrast to your evaluation. Though his methods are ever unorthodox, they seem guided by a firm understanding of what is just. And one way to find out for certain, we delve deeper into Pandemonium and pull back the curtain on this mystery ourselves. A wise course. I would not deny the truth if I saw it with my own eyes, even if it was discomforting to behold. Then we must move forward with no excess of caution. La Habrea, or whomever is behind this, has likely spread their tentacles into every corner of Pandemonium. We can safely assume the other keywords won't greet us with open arms. Agreed. Let's make our way through Abyssos, one careful step at a time. I shall stay by Erchtherius' side, in case our enemies think to target him again. Could I trouble you to take the vanguard? Thank you. As a precaution, I shall safeguard you with a simple spell. This will ensure that even should we become separated, my phantom warriors will still come to your aid. If it does come to battle, the keyword's magics will put us at a disadvantage once again. Luckily, we have you to even the scales somewhat. I trust you shall be liberal with your weight. Ooh. It's almost time. It's almost time. Ooh, yes! Oh, let's fucking go. See who's... Oh man, that's... It's gonna be hilarious. That's my buddy Roro. It's a really cool guy. Let's see, See, what is he? Yeah, he's on tank, so that's good. Oh boy. Here we go. Here we go. I'm about to get my ass kicked by a fucking mouse. Oh, holy shit. Holy shiznite. It's happening. It is happening. Oh boy. Here we go. Boop. It's that fucking banger track, man. It's like, man, it's so good. You can't make these freaking awesome tracks and not expect us to enjoy. Oh, damn, dude. Like, okay, so it is called Proto Carbuncle. No, I'm just surprised that they didn't like rename it. Well, not like entirely, but you know, like the way Phoenix was, the name was changed. Ah. Sad to think that. And what the hell is going on? Oh boy. No, 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 no! Do not want. Do not want. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Ah! Well, this is gonna be... Okay, so... That's gonna be interesting and savage. Ah, damn it. No, not that. Ah. Hmm. Damn, this thing jumps around a lot. I'm gonna guess in Savage, like, you get, like, yeah, it's gonna be one of more of those, like, once you're in the box, like, you're locked in there and you can't get out. Because that would just be way too easy of a mechanic to completely... Oh, damn it. I walked right into that one. Hmm. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Damn it. Can I jump off? Ah, well, that one wasn't too bad. But I can imagine it's gonna be kind of fucky and savage. Oh. It's a lot of mushrooms. Plants and shit. Oh, it seems like you can only do it when under duress. God, what? I mean, theoretically, yes. It makes more sense to get the smaller pieces so that we have access to more. Though I already have a full set of crafted equipment, pentamelted, through my own efforts, but point is, This is where research is conducted on creations imbued with poisons and venoms. Echthonios and I were conveyed not far from here. It seems our foe is finding it more difficult to surprise us. Fortunately for you, since they appear particularly keen to see you dispatch as quickly as possible. Even alone, you are a force to be reckoned with. Part of me is glad you emerged victorious, that I might observe you further. Here he is. The OG La Habrea. Were the circumstances different, I might thank you for keeping my son alive for this long, but I believe we can forego introductions, unless I have misread you. Charming appellation, but I'm afraid I hold no such position. No, I am La Habrea of the Convocation of 14. If you truly are who you claim to be, then answer this question. That can wait. What is this? Oh yeah, son. Now this is curious. The trap I wove at your feet reacts to ether, but you remain unaffected. Such thin ether, and in an unfamiliar composition besides. It is of no matter, I suppose. A more direct approach will beget the same results. I would advise you to think carefully before deciding your next action. Strike me down here, and Erechthonios' wish shall remain unfulfilled. Never again shall he meet Athena. Mother, you would dare hide behind her name? Listen well, Erechthonios. We are of the same mind concerning your mother. You have your allies for protection, so what harm is there in hearing me out? Erechthonios, wait. There is a question I must needs ask first. If you truly are La Habrea, why speak such blatant lies? Bitter in defeat, are we? Say my name. Oh shit. Oh shit. Boy's calling him out. Fucking yeah, that's... Fuck yeah, that... Oh my god. Fucking Heisenberg over here. Shit. A simple request. Amos, was it? A trifle soon forgotten, as are you. I have my answer. The La Habrea that I knew took pride in the convocation and would never suffer its denigration. The boy's about to break out. He's that blue crystal. He's Walter White. You sully his station with this farce. Themis, what are you saying? La Habrea and I hardly saw eye to eye, but I know his voice when I hear it. Indeed, he makes a passing fine imitation in appearance and manner. However, the real La Habrea would never call me by the name Themis. Booyah. What trouble have you gotten yourself into, Litibus? Yeah, I mean, that much was obvious. Imposter, you have no right to claim that form, that mask. What? Who? 'Twas a mask that sickened me to wear. The mask of La Habrea, a man who values his position above all, would murder his own wife in pursuit of duty. Yet you would assume my name and wield powers that are mine by right. Any worth you may have hinges on that which you so despise. Such trite provocations, I will not be goaded into finishing this ere my work is done. Ericthonios, listen well. I am Hephaestus, and it is I whom you should call father. What in the name of creation? You would do well not to stand idle while enemy is about. I believe an explanation is in order, Lidibus. Let us return to safety so you may provide it. Ah, that sounds more like the La Habrea I know. Before we depart, however, I must offer you an apology. As La Habrea said, I am Elidibus, one of the Convocation, an emissary of their will. For reasons which do not involve you, it was necessary to hide my identity while investigating this place. Still, that hardly excuses my deception. Yep. Such words are comforting, truly. I shall offer an explanation in time, but first, let me assure you my choices were not born from animosity. In any case, we have pressing matters to attend to. Let us do as La Habrea suggested and return to the gates. We can speak there. Ooh. Please, help him. Save him. We're getting into it. Oh shit, 30 minutes. Oh, crap. So you're aware by now, I am known as Elidibus. After my dear friend Nazib and I detected irregularities in Pandemonium, we decided the best course of action would be to hide my station as I conducted my investigation. I'm sure La Habrea is eager to find out why I hid who I was, so I shall save that story for later. First, I would like to speak of you, my friend. Although neither Azib nor I had ever met you in the flesh, we came with this highest recommendation. That alone was enough for me to accept you as an ally without question. That somewhere in the world, a guiding star so similar to himself was out there, amused Azim to no end. There's not a shade of doubt in his heart that you would be a formidable ally. Furthermore, I have heard stories that Mistress Vanar, who held the position of Azim previously, journeyed with a familiar much like yourself. That made the decision to trust you all the easier. She too now dons the white robes of an advisor. She placed her absolute faith in you. I knew I would be in capable hands. Aware though I was of the path you had walked, I have no interest in exposing you. I merely wanted to meet you, to travel by your side for a while. I may know but a small portion of your story, but that is enough for me to believe you would never lead me astray. I wanted to tell you that. What's this? Keyword shell. I don't know how long it's been since we last spoke, La Habrea, and truth be told, I had hoped we'd never would again. But I see now that I was a fool to think I would ever escape your meddling. Just what is that thing I call themselves La Habrea? And why is he the spitting image of your younger self? I find it hard to believe you've only just now found out about such a being was wreaking havoc and pandemonium. And you think matters would simply sort themselves out? I suppose you deserve at least a cursory explanation. I was well aware of the anomalies occurring within Pandemonium, including the fact that Azim and Elidibus had taken it upon themselves to investigate. Saw no reason to insert myself into the situation. For a time, that was. Imagine my surprise when instead of a formal report from you and yours, I received a communication from one of the keywords stating that research and operations were proceeding as usual. Well, Hephaestus' deception was almost childish in its simplicity. It became plain to me that your grasp on the situation was slipping. So you knew of his existence from the beginning? I can hardly imagine that you would suffer another to masquerade as one of the convocation. Not without good reason, at least. As you well know, the name La Habrea is but a mark of my station. It is not the name I was born with. Hephaestus has claimed that for himself. I cannot fault him for it, as he is my other half, in a manner of speaking. He knows all that I know, my equal in every way, yet within his heart is naught but greed, envy, and desire. All the emotions that we are loath to acknowledge within ourselves. What you say is true. What purpose would such a being serve? He is the product of experimentation gone awry, a reminder of the days when I was yet young and reckless. I thought him sealed away for good, but it seems time has a way of unearthing the shame we bury. When he spoke of my mother, he looked at you with venom in his eyes, blamed you for her death. Tell me, was he right to do so? His words were but the ramblings of a tortured mind. The hatred and despair he endures has warped his view of the world irreparably. Now that he is awakened, he must be put to rest. If he succeeds in breaching Pandemonium's protective wards, he shall invite disaster into our star. As chief keyword of Pandemonium, it is my duty to decide the proper course of action. As such, I declare that all research shall be summarily abandoned and the facility destroyed. What? You would leave the other warders to their doom? 'Tis a choice befitting La Habrea. Do you disagree? You speak of duty, and ours is to guide our star and its inhabitants upon the correct course. It is no surprise that you would choose annihilation of Pandemonium if its existence posed even the remotest risk to our people. Yet, as you can see by Eric Thurio's response, the decision is somewhat more nuanced than that. Azim and I grappled with this conundrum for some time, in fact. That is precisely why I chose to involve myself directly. It was the only way I could truly determine the best solution. And yet you need not trouble yourself with that further. The chief keyword must prevent the worst from occurring, no matter the cost. Your feelings, Elidibus, have no consequence. Have you taken a moment to consider another path? No. You spared nary a thought for aught but yourself and your duty. You have no idea the trials we've endured, the foes that he has stood against. Awkward. Oh, is it a being of such ether as I have never seen? What are you? He is the guiding star that shall lead us safely through this. Thanks to his stout arm and steadfast courage, we have subdued the mythic creations and returned them to their cells. Speaking of which, I would hear of your opinion. As outsiders, we are in a unique position to look upon circumstances with our vision unclouded by attachment. That's brilliant! Elidibus the emissary may speak on our behalf. Should he judge our approach the more sound, even La Habrea would be compelled to listen. Elidibus, I am duty-bound to assess the matter from a position of impartiality. My opinion as Themis can carry no weight. Do you understand what that means, yes? I do. Even so, you've walked with us all this time, seen what we've seen. Based on that alone, I trust you'll find the best way forward. Oh boy, I am not gonna have enough time to do everything, unfortunately. Very well, then in my capacity as emissary, I shall state my judgment. At present, there are merits both in destroying Pandemonium outright and in taking time to rescue its researchers, and neither is yet an impossible task. Therefore, I judge that the most reassured choice would be to continue upon our present course. We delve into Abyssos, tearing any mythic creations we encounter along the way. You have yet to witness his might and Ericthonius's resolve. I would ask that you see our capabilities firsthand, and only then decide if our endeavor is futile. If such is the will of the emissary, then I shall obey. However, if I find your strength to be lacking, I trust there will be no objections to the immediate destruction of Pandemonium. You needn't worry about that, we won't fail. You are bolder than I remember. And you're even more tedious than I remember. Come find me when you're finished. Onios is understandably frustrated, but if we are to conquer Abyssos, we must go forth with clear heads. Pray lend an ear to his troubles, that their weight might be lightened. Yeah, I've got 20 minutes and... Oh, how the hell do I... Yeah, I'm not gonna have time to do. Uh, Can I even do that? Do I have... Ugh. Oh, come the fuck on. Seriously? Oh, this sucks. This sucks so bad. I just did not. I just absolutely did not. God, I did not freaking plan my time well. Just gotta get this. Whatever. Oh god, I'm not gonna make it. Fuck. God, this sucks so bad. Oh my god, I'm gonna be so behind. Oh, this is so bad. Yeah, oh god. Oh. God, I'm such an idiot. Mm-hmm. Let's... Fuck. Oh, nice. Look. Fuck, I did not plan this out. Fuck you. Damn it. Damn it. Oh, fuck. Oh, I did not fucking plan this out. This is gonna be so horrible. Should have done most of my farming yesterday. Yeah, it's only gonna give me 15. Oh, damn it. Well, I think I'm gonna call it there. I just did not plan out my time as I should have, so I'm basically behind. And that's probably gonna gimp what I come into raid with. Well. Yeah, no, I need to plan my time better than that, but anyway, yeah, we're just gonna, I'm just gonna call it for now. The reset happens in about like less than a minute. Good luck to all the people progging Savage for the world first race. I wish you all the best. And it sucks that some of the things got spoiled beforehand, but I suppose the only saving grace is that just because you see certain things that were revealed in the data mines does not mean that you have the full context of what exactly they're supposed to do. But anyway, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for dropping by. And I'll give a shout out to Helios. You can find him at twitch.tv/Helios_gaming TV. He's a really cool guy. He puts out some good content if you can go and check him out. Let's see, who else do I want to shout out? Let's see, well, there's a whole bunch of other people I want to shout out. People that I I mean, I don't rate to people, but there's people that I would recommend. I mean, Helios is one. There's Snackies. He's a pretty cool dude. He puts out some really, really funny content. Well, a lot of the time, really, or at least I find it funny. So you can check him out. It's twitch.tv/Snackies. That's SNACKYYZ. You know, go ahead and check him out. He's pretty good content. Oh God, who else? Who else do I really? There's so many people. Need to actually check. Let's see here. There's there's Zordon of Doom. You can go ahead and check her out over at twitch.tv/Zordon of Doom. She's a really good content creator. She's a singer, a professional singer-songwriter, and she plays video games. So she has a rather unique set of entertainment that you can check her out with. Let's see, who else? There's Jaded Kitty, twitch.tv/Jaded Kitty. She's currently going through Final Fantasy IV, her first playthrough, if you want to give them a check out. It's pretty good. Let's see, who else? There's Spooky Dotes at twitch.tv/Spooky Dotes. That's SPOKIDOKS. Yep, and you can go ahead and check her out. She puts out some very quality content. And it's not just Final Fantasy XIV. She plays all kinds of other things. I think the latest thing that she was playing aside from 14 was the Final Fantasy VII remake, which I eventually plan on doing myself at some point. But if you want to go ahead and just check her out, she's really good with content. Let's see, who else? Well, that's on right now. Kira Aurora is a very, very good content creator. She's done her own she's actually doing the Rising event right now. But yeah, she's done her own VTuber rig. She's a VTuber, but she's done her own VTuber rigging, and from what I've seen of how people do that, it's fucking phenomenal that she puts in that much work to have her model look that good. Like, it's insane. Go ahead and check her out. Twitch.tv/Kira_Aurora. Let's see, who else? Who else do I wanna? Yeah, my dude Zerv. It's twitch.tv/Zervirus. That's ZURVIRUS. He is also an entertainer. He does singing, and he plays a bunch of different games. He's usually on the Magic the Gathering. If you're into that, into card games, you can go ahead and check him out. He's pretty cool. Yeah. See who else. See, they're off. I think. Okay. Yeah, you can go and check out Remains of Riots. Twitch.tv/Remains of Riots. REMAINSOFRYE. Remains of Rye. She's entertaining. She does variety content. Most of the time that I happen to catch her, just because my schedules are kind of wonky, she's usually playing a lot of like horror games, but it's still good quality content. I believe she even was it? I think she does. I think she does gaming with viewers. So if you want somebody that you can watch or also game with, I'm sure she'd be more than appreciative of the visit and just kind of time hanging out. I know I'm just kind of rushing, it's kind of going off the top of my head, but there's so many more other people that I would definitely shout out. But anyway, I gotta get going because I have a pretty busy work schedule this week. Unfortunately, did not get to cap tomes. I did not get to complete all my weeklies. The only saving grace I have is that I can craft my own equipment, and I have more than enough materia to completely pentameld full sets. But other than that, yeah, just thank you for tuning in. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for lurking. I still gotta work on some of my bot stuff. Don't think the shoutouts are working, so I gotta figure out what's going on with that. But anyway, hope to see you again. I'm not entirely sure when I'm going to be back streaming, because like I said, I have a very, very busy schedule the next 2 weeks. Hopefully sometime this weekend, if not earlier. I'm sure I'll let everybody know. But anyway, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for tuning. Yeah, I keep saying, oh god, I'm stumbling over my words. I feel rushed and somewhat packed now because I should have done the thing that I didn't do. But it's whatever at this point. It's too late. But anyway, thank you for stopping by, and I hope to see you again. Peace.